Are you sure you want to start the stream? Sure. Yes, I am sure. There we go. Okay, cool. We're now live on YouTube. Hello. Welcome. Today we are doing a bit of a donut situation. Adorable, thank you for your resub on Twitch there. I appreciate you. Good to see you. 32 months. 32 months is a long time. 32 months is long enough to have words and be speaking. Were they a child? We're making a mini donut today. They are Rosquillas, which is a Spanish word for donut. They are for my son. His class is doing Central and South American countries. Like they're doing projects and reports on Central and South American countries. And they have the option to bring in a food for extra credit. And Calvin was like, would you like to make something for that represents the country of Ecuador? And I was like, sure. That sounds fun and definitely directly up my alley. The making part. I'm not Ecuadorian. I don't pretend to be. But the internet has provided us with several options for recipes. And this is the one that seemed to be the most approachable, and also one that can that doesn't need to be reheated. So there's a couple very good Ecuadorian dishes that looked amazing that all did not seem they all seem to need to be reheated, which they don't have the capacity for in their classroom. So we're not doing that. We picked a dessert today instead. These are basically just like mini donuts. They have flour, sugar, olive oil, eggs, baking powder, lemon zest, a pinch of salt, and aniseed. Now, I am going to use anise extract, this extract, as opposed to the seeds themselves ground up. So, a slight modification to the recipe, but the flavor will be there, and that's the point. I mentioned yesterday that I was going to do another test of the coconut drops. I may still do that, but we're going to do the donuts first because I don't really know how long the donuts are going to take. I don't think they're going to take that long, honestly. I think that it says, the recipe says prep time 20 minutes, cooking time 15 minutes. So double that because we're live and streaming. So that's like 35 minutes for one batch according to the recipe. I don't know how they're achieving that with a 15-minute rest time in the middle of the thing, but maybe they're including that with the prep time. Who's to say? We're going to read the recipe first, as always, and then we're going to get into the making it. If we finish and have enough time at the end, I may do the coconut drops. Maybe. We'll see. Should I try the coconut drops? I guess maybe I should try the coconut drops first. Maybe I should do that first, because I really do need to test those. And I was thinking of testing just like a half batch of them. I think I just talked myself into doing those first. Okay. Let me take a look at this recipe real quick. Just a moment. Because I do need to test them again. And let's see. if I wanted to make a half batch, could I do that? Yeah. 2 egg whites, quarter pound of powdered sugar, quarter teaspoon lemon extract, 6 ounces of coconut and butter. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Let's do that. Let's do that because then I sort of will know whether they're good or not. And they really don't take that much time. And I think, I don't have to pick Calvin up this afternoon. I thought I did. So I think it would probably be better to do those. That way they're just done. And I know. Yeah, we're going to do that. Excuse me. Velus asked if we still have the mall mini donuts you can get in a plastic pail. Like the ones that they make at the flea market or at the market. We do. The Rittenhouse Square Market has a donut machine that one of the vendors brings regularly. That is they like make the donut right there. It goes up the little conveyor belt, and then it goes into the oil. It flips it. It kind of floats along and then flips it halfway through, and then it goes up and kind of goes down this chute into this big like plastic spinning wheel. And they do them with the like cinnamon and sugar or like some sort of lemon zest or like whatever. They do them with like some sort of special topping. They just put them in like a paper bag and you eat them right there. They're amazing. They mainly do those with apple cider. I like what apple cider donuts. They're a big fall thing here. I don't know that they do them year round, but I do know that like 'tis the season right now for the donut machine and apple cider donuts. Nut and Getty, welcome in. Nice to see you. Let's do these coconut things first though, because then I'll just know. I'm only gonna make a half batch because this is like super easy to make a half batch. All of these numbers like divide perfectly, so I don't need to like worry about the finite sort of measurements. I can just like two eggs is easy to two egg whites is easy to do. Is sort of where my thought is. So we'll do that, and then egg whites, powdered sugar, lemon extract. Okay, let's just grab those ingredients while I am working over here. Egg whites, powdered sugar, got my lemon extract, got my extra coconut. All right. And then I think I am going to do the hand mixer with the whisk attachment today and see how that works out. I think it should be fine. Okay, so I did 3 cups last time of coconut. We're gonna do, since we're doing half, we'll do a cup and a half. Or rather, last time I said that 3 cups of coconut was like the right amount. So we'll do a cup and a half. Let me wash my hands here real quick as I'm like getting started. Just a moment. And we'll measure our ingredients first. These should take relatively minimal amount of time here because I have a pretty clear recipe, and as long as the oven is the right temperature, which it is, nothing's in it. We'll get that. That should be heated up by the time I'm ready to go. Robbie, welcome in. Drink more, cook less. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good morning. We're right on time today. We're 30 minutes late to stream. It's funny. So Robbie was one of the folks who I met and got the chance to see in person at TwitchCon. And I, in my real life, am a very prompt person. And so it's always funny to me when I'm streaming and I'm consistently late for the start time that I have set for my own self. I'm like, oh, I'll start at noon today. No, I won't. I'll start at 12:30. But I always start when I'm ready. That's the thing. And when I'm like ready to go, that's when I start. Okay, so we can do a little bit of a smaller bowl for this today. We're gonna do the whites into the bowl. So this is basically a meringue. I mean, it is a meringue. It's not basically a meringue. It is that. And whip the whites until they are stiff peaks. We add the powdered sugar, then we add the lemon extract. Then we stir in the coconut and put them on a sheet pan. Pretty straightforward. We're gonna measure out all my ingredients first and get my sheet pan ready, so that when I'm finished, before I start whipping the whites here, we'll measure out everything else and make sure we're ready to go. So we have the egg whites ready. We have a cup. We're doing a half recipe today, so that means we're not doing the full batch. So I'm really just testing this at this point. Yesterday, I think the flavor and consistency were good. I liked what I came out with the second batch I made yesterday. But they were a little sticky on the tray, and so today we're doing basically everything the same, except I'm testing them with greasing the tray with some butter. So we're gonna do a cup and a half, which should be about 6 ounces. That should be basically the rest of this bag of coconut plus like a little bit more from another bag, which I have off to the side. Welcome in. Good morning. Or good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. for me. It's technically 1:02 p.m. for me. Let's be precise. So this is the same exact coconut that I was just a second bag of the same thing. That's about a cup and a half. Right on the nose. That's 5.8, 5.7 ounces. Pretty close. I'm gonna pour this in until it hits 6 ounces exactly. Is this for the donuts? This is not for the donuts. We're doing a test version for the coconut drops that I did yesterday. I'm making a half batch of those coconut drops and seeing if I can get them a little bit more dialed in than yesterday. Nice bird beanie. Thank you. This is from where did we go? This is from, where was I? The Mushroom Festival. I'm very Mushroom Festivaled out today. I had this beanie that I got there, and then this mug were both things that we saw on stream that I was like, oh, those are cute. And then I went back and got them. These are my 2 Mushroom Festival purchases. But I did like this one. This was like, it's comfortable too. And it was cold this morning. It's not as cold now. I feel like I could take it off and look like less of a hipster. But here we are. Half pound of powdered sugar. So I need a quarter pound of powdered sugar. Who's calling me? Spam risk. Don't threaten me with a good time. Spam is amazing. It's not in that context. So I need 114 grams of powdered sugar. That's the goal today. Because that's going to be a quarter pound. So it's going to look like a lot of powdered sugar. It always does. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 115, 115. 115 should be fine. I'm not going to worry about that little extra bit. Camille, welcome in. Happy, whatever day of the week it is. Wednesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Chapstick Queen, good day. Happy Wednesday. Spam calls are my favorite. I know. Belly flaps. When I'm not streaming, I answer them. I answer every time my phone rings. I answer it. If my phone's ringing, I'm picking it up. But I'm doing the Gen Alpha thing where I don't say anything. If the number's not in my phone, not a word, not a hello, not a nothing. Pick up the phone and wait. You called me. What do you want? However, if your number is in my phone, then I will say hi. And actually like engage. But if it says spam risk, I pick it up and I just wait. And usually what happens is they hang up. Nothing happens. Usually it's like 10 to 15 seconds of silence and then nothing. Sometimes an AI voice tells me that my file has been reviewed and I am eligible for that home loan that I most certainly applied for. And sometimes it says to connect to an agent or a real person, press 1. And I do. And then someone picks up the phone and is like, hello, hello. And I still just say nothing and wait. And then I just wait for them to hang up because I think it's fun. I also respond to all the text messages that I get, the spam text messages, with great enthusiasm. Like, oh my God, tell me more. You want to hire me? What for? How much does it pay? I ask them like a bunch of questions and they don't text me. Neil, hello, good morning. Cornstarch would work in here too. What else? Let's see. I might end up throwing a little bit more coconut in there just to see how that goes. But I'm gonna get out the hand mixer now. We're gonna do a little hand mixing. Hand mixer mixing for this version, this batch, because it will go a little quicker. And I want to grease my pan too. Yeah, Velos, if you leave it go to voicemail, like they never leave a voicemail though. That's the thing. How am I ever going to know what they want if I don't answer it? Belly Flops, who did you have a good call with the other day? Chicken Delight, how can I take your order? That's funny. My dad will answer the phone in various funny ways as well. I think Ajax Liquors is his like go-to. His go-to. Hello, Ajax Liquors. But I've heard him do this before, which is kind of funny. Camille says my grandmother would blow a whistle into the phone whenever a telemarketer called in the 90s. She was hardcore. That is hardcore. That's hardcore to have a whistle available. I just know, kind of to Neil's point, that like the longer they spend on the call, the worse it is for their own metrics. And I'm like, it's a spam call. You're trying to scam me. I'm not interested in. I don't care about your metrics. Like, I don't know. It's just for my own entertainment. I rarely use this whisk. It's funny because it like, okay, can I tell you, if you know me, you probably know why this bothers me, right? If you've hung around here, why it bothers me, but I'll tell you directly. It's because the whisk is off center. I want there to be a separate hole for the whisk that's like right there. Like I want this one. It should look like that. It doesn't. That's for the screw. And I don't know which one you should put the whisk in. Like, it's annoying. I think you can put the whisk in either. It really doesn't matter. Let's get out a sheet here. We're gonna grease. We're gonna do excuse me. We're gonna do a parchment paper and then butter on this pan. The original recipe says greased paper, which they don't define what kind of grease, nor do they define like the size. They don't define a lot. It's one of those current modern recipes. You really need to like define all of these things for people, but a lot of this was very sort of like people cooked all the time. Kind of like we were talking yesterday with the idea of like what a slow oven is versus a fast oven. I could probably Jake's mortuary and pizza place. Yesterday's loss is today's sauce. Oh God, that's grim. That's really grim and also really funny and creative. Lollipop says, I forgot what he said. When I said that sounded like a taxi company, then it turned into me asking him to go for a beer. He was telling me his favorite kind. He was laughing. That's cute. That's cute. A stick blender with a whisk attachment. Oh, I kind of like that better. Yeah, Bravewood. That's exactly right. Exactly right. It's centered. So, enjoy the Science Center. What kind of science are you learning today? Are you doing? Is this like a dinosaur bone Science Center? Those are always the best. Detective Jones with the Winnipeg Police Service. And yeah, and then they're like, oh no. Yeah, no temperature regulator on the stove. That's funny. I found we were talking about those Magic Chef stoves yesterday on stream, and I ended up finding the picture of the one that was in the cabin that we went to a year ago, and sharing it in Kanara's Discord, and it turns out that it's like the same brand, that stove that she has, which made sense as to why they had. Let me wash my hands again. It made sense as to why they said not to use the stove in that cabin if you didn't know how to use it. And like, I've sort of encountered those before, but I never actually used one, and I did not use it. You taste the science. That's a different kind of science museum. More of a tech science. Okay. The story of art. Oh, a VR experience? That's kind of fun. I've only done VR a couple times, and every time it's like the neatest thing ever. Okay, let's get back to let's get back to this. All right, so we're just gonna grease this pan with like a stick of butter. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna grease half of this with butter and half of this with olive oil. But with like the spray oil, that way I'll know which one works better. There's a Sharpie. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so we'll do half of this. We'll do half of this with just like a thin layer of butter. And half of it with olive oil. And that way we'll know. I'm sure they'll both work. That's the thing. Like, they're both gonna work, but one of them will probably taste better. Or one of them won't work. And that'll be fine too, and we'll learn. But I'm not gonna spray the second half of this yet. We're gonna spray that right before putting the stuff on it. So we'll leave that to the side. Okay. So Pup, I hope that you have the best time putting your hand on the giant silver ball and watching your hair stand on end. That was always like the most fun thing at the Science Center when they're like, whoa, I just almost got all of that out of here. That was not a very descriptive sentence. I almost just sloshed all of my egg white out onto the counter. If you've ever basically gone camping and built a fire, you know how to use one of those old stoves, which I have, Velos, multiple times, and that's why I was reluctant to use it, because I was like, I don't know if it's a good idea for me to do this inside, while I'm also like, to be fair, Calvin was with me. It was just he and I, and he was like playing the violin, he was playing his trumpet, he was like kind of bouncing off the walls, and I was like making dinner, and I'm like, we're not gonna do this. I forget, I didn't bring any. I remember I didn't like need to use the stove. I think I brought like a dessert that I could have baked, and I was like, I'm not even gonna try. Not even gonna try. Okay, so combine the ingredients, beat the egg whites, whisk in the powdered sugar, then the lemon extract, then you fold in the coconut. Then you measure and bake. Okay, so we're gonna whisk this until there are this will not take 4 to 5 minutes. This will take about a minute. All right. Maybe a little more than a minute. Almost there. How are we doing? Not quite there yet, but another couple seconds. Another 20, 15 seconds. That is almost there, about another 10. Oh, not quite. Just about another 10 seconds. Okay, that is right where I want that to be. Stiff peak. Am I still feeling really worn out? Yes, but less so today. Less so today than I was yesterday. Yesterday I was like pretty exhausted. Today I feel actually good. I'm a little like congested, but I'm otherwise like doing well. Whisking the powdered sugar until no lumps remain. Okay, so I'm gonna whisk the powdered sugar in. I'm gonna use the same whisk, except I'm gonna do this by hand because I don't want it to aerate too much more than it is. Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling worse. No, part of why I like going to conventions. I say conventions as if I do this any more than once a year. But I've felt, basically, this is the third year I've gone to TwitchCon. This is the third year I've felt kind of shitty leaving TwitchCon. Which is, I think, a pretty standard experience for a lot of people, which is why, like, a lot of people wear a mask the entire time, which is why a lot of people don't go, honestly. Like, if you're immunocompromised in any way, like, you probably shouldn't go, because, like, it's... Because it's inevitable that you're going to be around thousands of people who are not taking any precautions. But I will say, I think I like to go early. I also take like emergency the whole time. I take a bunch. I take emergency. I take vitamins. I like kind of up my level of immune boosting intake. I wear a mask when I can, and I just kind of accept the fact that I am gonna have like a little bit of a sniffle at the end of it. I got my COVID shot a month in advance of TwitchCon. I got my flu shot a month in advance of TwitchCon. Like I did sort of, I prepped my body for receiving distress. So I feel like I had a little bit of like a little bit of a sniffle kind of coming out of it, and I also like have beaten that back by going to bed early, getting myself like enough rest, taking the vitamins. Like I feel like I've also accommodated that. Half a teaspoon lemon extract. All right, so a quarter teaspoon lemon extract. I'm gonna drop that. Whisk that in. Peter Matthews, welcome in. You were at TwitchCon. What did you like about it? What was good? What was good? What was not so good? What was your experience? What was your TwitchCon experience this year? I had a pretty good one. I think for me, it is all about meeting and saying hi to people. It's less so about the floor and the like hanging out on the with all the stuff, hanging out with all the vendors, that type of thing. I'm not as into that. Not hanging out with like checking out all the vendors because a lot of them are very gaming focused. So I'm not a gamer. So it wasn't as applicable for me. Okay, so this is a half batch of. This is a half batch. I do think I want to add more coconut to this. Yes, I'm going to add another. I'm going to add another. Pause. Hold on, I need to have a thought. Okay, so the full version has 3 cups of coconut. I added a cup and a half to this. If I wanted to add another cup, meaning 4 cups of coconut to the whole batch, I would want to add a half cup to this bowl, because that would mean if I double that, that's a whole cup. Okay, yeah, so I want to add a half cup to this. See what I did there? Happy Half Cup Wednesday. Coffee's on me. Hello. Sarah, thank you. Sarah, good looking out. I appreciate it. I'm like, you know, when I'm trying to like make adjustments to a half batch, that's a weird place. I'm also curious, like the original recipe called for, you know, a specific amount of coconut. I don't know whether the original, like I don't know what kind of coconut they were using. Like I don't know what the thickness of it was, etc. So I'm sort of like, all right, we're going with it, and this is what it is. Okay, this looks quite a bit thicker than yesterday's. Certainly thicker than the first half of yesterday's version. I think this is probably about where I want this viscosity wise. What a word that is, huh? Peter Matthews got to meet some of my favorite streamers, and it was your first time. Well, I hope you're having a good like post TwitchCon experience. Kind of as we were talking about, I know a lot of folks have had a variety of illnesses coming out of TwitchCon, which is sort of the norm. Not the norm. It is what a lot of people experienced. So I hope you're feeling well. Already modified recipes are hard to adjust. They kind of are. And I realized I should have put like, I should have just done this half batch and a half batch. What if they're using smaller eggs? Oh, for sure using smaller eggs. Most recipes are winging it at some point. No, this is true. And mostly that's what I'm doing when I am cooking, is winging it. So that's, I always have to remember to like write down the things that I'm doing. Let me wash my hands here real quick. That I can use my hands for portioning these out. Will not use my hands, I suppose. I am gonna use my hands, but I'm gonna just use my tips of my fingers to be, you know. Yeah, Velas, it's the cost thing is certainly a factor. I've heard a lot of people say that what they would do is just get like a day pass on Saturday and just go for like the main day, which is definitely Saturday. If you're doing anything at all for them, they give you a pass, not for the block party, but for the event itself. So I got a pass this year because I was doing a panel, which was nice. I was very kind of happy about that, obviously. But it is a big cost otherwise. You're like, you have to pay for a hotel and to get to San Diego if you're not from San Diego. Like, you know, there's that. Okay, so we did half of my pan with butter and half with olive oil. We'll see which one turns out nicer, better, prettier. And we're gonna do about 20 gram balls. 20 grams worth of mixture was about the size. So those were, they popped up quite a bit yesterday when I did these. So I'm gonna make them a little bit loftier this time, meaning I'm going to put them in a more in a higher pile, and get them a little less spread out, because I know that they're going to puff upward. So we'll do them a little bit larger, a little bit taller. I'd been sort of tapping them a little bit and flattening them, and I don't think that was the right move. So we're going to do these in sort of piles. Now, I'm also noting right now that these are staying where they were. They're not spreading out hardly at all. Yesterday, the first batch that I had, when I put them on the tray, really sort of spread out quite a bit. They had less coconut in them, like a lot less coconut. So these are staying together a little bit more, which was sort of the theory of the case, right? We said they're going to stay together if you add more coconut, and that seems to be holding true / holding together. I don't know. So we're doing, like I said, we're doing 20 gram drops here. And this should be, now it's going to be a little different this time, because I did add more coconut to this. So I think I may end up having to add a little bit to each of these drops in order to use up the whole bowl, which would be fine. I'm not like, when I say add more, I mean make each of them like 22 grams, 24 grams, something like that. 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, well, we're probably gonna mess up somewhere in the middle here and have to add some right on the center line. We'll see. Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Bowser, welcome in. Vella said you were a member of the local Star Trek club and did behind the scenes at the conventions, and it was free. Yeah, that's like, I mean, that was a huge reason for me. They were like, hey, well, if you like, I mean, basically, like, they didn't ask us to do a panel. We pitched a panel to them, and they said, yes, that sounds good. And like, by the way, now that we've accepted this panel, that means that you can get a ticket for free, which is cool. Which I actually didn't know that was the case. I'm still kind of like new to a lot of that. So I went ahead and bought a ticket when they came out, and they refunded it, which was like, oh, that's cool. So that was nice. It did help. So it certainly helped with the like desire to go and be there again. It definitely also incentivized me a lot to be like, all right, I'm gonna pitch a panel a lot earlier this year. This next year, because I would like to do that again. Not getting the free ticket. Oh, that was helpful, but the panel was fun. Okay, so I still have a little bit of mix left in here, so I'm gonna add just a touch to each of these drops. Peter Matthew says, I have a friend who I stay with. Oh, super. So you actually had like the hookup for a place to stay too. That's amazing. Yeah, I know some folks that I talk to live in the area, live close enough to drive in, and like just drove in. They didn't get it past to the conference, but the con, but they ended up like doing like being around in the area and like going to a couple meetups, that kind of thing. So that was kind of fun. I'm glad they refunded you. Yeah, me too. I was like, hey, basically I was like, hey, if I do this, like y'all will refund me, right? Like I already bought the thing. And they were like, yeah. So I had to submit for like a refund, but they did. So good on them. I'm actually just gonna I'm gonna migrate some of these, and then we'll just put another row in. That's the move, because there's enough in here that I can get like a couple more of the same size. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. Okay, let's just put a couple more in here. And I don't generally care too much if they like spread into each other, if some of them mess up. Like all of this is sort of knowledge gain. If I put them too close together and they are too close together, then I will know that and like act accordingly when I write the actual final version of the recipe. Okay, so I'm gonna pop these into the oven and get cleaned up on the counter here and ready to make some donuts next. That's the next thing. So measure and bake. Bake 15 to 17 minutes until the exposed coconut tips are brown and the surface of the drops are beginning to brown and crack. Leave on the sheet pan until fully cooled. Okay, let's get these into the oven. I'm gonna set a timer for 15 minutes. Oh, the 0 button on my timer is really not, it's like very touchy. You have to hit it in just the right way. There we go. Okay. Into the oven they go. Here's the pre-baked product. I think they look a little nice. I'm actually going to take a picture. Let me take a picture of these like pre-baking. Pro tip: when you're taking a picture, wipe your camera lens. Just wipe your camera lens. It will make your pictures look better. Catalina, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, so timer start. Okay, so I have 2 timers going, one for 15, one for my low end, one for my high end. When you are cooking, here's a fun little cooking tip, I suppose. If the recipe gives a range of time, always start with the lower end. That way you don't overcook it. Super simple. Not a thing. Some people are like, oh, I just always put it in for more. I'm like, I do too. I end up with using the higher end of the range because my oven temperature is not reliable. But like, sometimes the low end is the right end. Yeah, Neil, they look a little bit more like raw, they look more like what I was trying to make. So they look more like the goal anyway. So hopefully they turn out as such. And that is good. I also, from a taste perspective, I'm kind of hoping that the ones on the olive oil side of the sheet pan, there's no real difference, because being able to tell somebody to use the pan spray, right, is easier than telling somebody to grease the thing with butter. Again, like, going for simple is the goal. We're always looking to do the easier thing. So, like, cooking spray, definitely easier than greasing a sheet pan with butter. Does it taste the same? Probably not. Will it be a marginal enough difference that it matters? We'll see. We're about to find out. Okay, we're going to transition now. Those are in the oven. They're fine. They're going to do what they're going to do, and they're either going to work or they're not. And if they don't, we'll adjust. And we're not going to do them again today, but I will make notes, and we'll figure out what we did, what we did wrong. The mushrooms that I made yesterday, I'm set on those. I think I have a good sense of where I need to make adjustments there. Also, functionally, I don't have any more mushrooms to test them with, so we're not. Catalina says, I use silicone baking mats, no spray needed. I love a silicone baking mat. They are great. These particular things that I'm making, I did test them. My initial test, I used silicone and parchment, and they stuck to the silicone too. They're just a really sticky thing, and I don't know that the silicone. I think there were two things. You could bake them longer, and the longer you bake them, the less they stick, and the more burnt they taste. So there's a balance of burnt versus not in there that I don't think. I didn't like the way that they tasted when I left them on long enough to release from the silicone. So that was my experience. My problem is I keep running into fake or cheap silicone mats. My problem is my silicone mats are like 5 years old, and I think that they have lost some of their siliconiness, their silliness, whatever it is that makes them very non-stick. Yeah, and Catalina, I agree with you. Generally speaking, like, silicone is a very reliable non-stick baking scenario. I think for these, it just was not the right. If you bake them long enough to get them to not stick, then they taste burnt. That was my experience with them. Okay, we're gonna make some donuts now. Let's read. Hold on, let's read this. Let's read these directions. One sec. Okay. Let's read these directions. The baking sheet with a rack and mat on top and the bottoms of the right. So you do like a baking sheet with like a wire rack, and you put the silicone on top of the wire rack. That's an interesting technique. I feel like the original recipe just said greased paper, put them on greased paper. So we're using paper, parchment paper. I greased this version with butter and olive oil. So we did half with butter, half with olive oil, just to see which one works better, slash do they both work? Do neither of them work? That would be bad. If neither of them worked, that would be bad. Okay, let's get a look at this recipe. So these are donuts, vegetable oils, right? Yeah, and I think I only used olive oil because that's what this cooking spray I have is. I think, you know, whatever, I would just call for cooking spray. Whatever cooking spray you have. If that one works, if that one worked better for me. This one happens to be made with olive oil. I don't think it's worth being prescriptive over vegetable versus olive oil. Okay. These ring-shaped morsels boast a soft, airy interior. The standard recipe calls for an inviting mix of flour, sugar, eggs, milk, oil, and a smattering of lemon zest with baking powder to give them that characteristic lift. A dash of anise liqueur also lends a unique aromatic note. Okay, so as I mentioned, we're not going to use anise seeds ground up. We're going to use anise extract because I don't have, because these are for 10-year-olds and I'm not putting liquor in them. Like, yes, I know that it cooks out. Yes, I know that it would be fine. I'm sure it would be fine. I'm just going to use the extract anyway. That's where we're at. It says to put a tablespoon of that in there, though. I feel like that's a lot. We'll get to that when we get to it. It says this recipe yields about 20 mini donuts, so I'm gonna at least double this. We're definitely gonna double this because I need, I think he said there are 34 people in his class. So yeah, this will have egg in it, which is already sort of a thing. You know, I was like, look, I can't make like most everything that you're asking, like that you've, and this is me talking to my son. I was like, you know, most everything that you've shared that would be good to make for your class has eggs in it. I'm not gonna like sorry if you have an egg or gluten allergy, like these will not be for you. I'm sorry. But like, I'm going to share that, and like, we're going to know that ahead of time. It won't be a surprise. I will write the ingredients out and make sure that they're available to the children when they eat them. I'm also hoping Calvin just dropped the nice little bomb on me. Not bomb. He dropped on me that they might not have their presentation until Friday. And I was like, I hope these last until Friday. Not that they won't. I'm not going to eat them. When I say that, I hope they last. I mean, I will have the self-control not to eat them. What I mean is, I hope that they will stay palatable and edible until Friday. He told me the presentation is tomorrow, and he was like, well, you could make them on Thursday. If my presentation is on Thursday, you could make them on Thursday morning. And I was like, dude, you go to the bus stop at 7 a.m. I am not making 40 mini donuts for you starting at like 4 o'clock in the morning. That is not happening. We're going to make them the day before, and they get what they get, and they don't get upset. So we're going to make them today. I'm hoping that his presentation is tomorrow. If not, I'm hoping that they will last. Otherwise, what I'm going to do, when I package them, I'm going to put them in the refrigerator. So I'm gonna put them in the refrigerator. I'm gonna put them in the refrigerator anyway. Kid logic, right? Sofa. Yeah. He was like, you could make them Thursday morning, and I was like, I could. I'm not, but I could. I'm not. And I won't. Catalina says, can I show you my cheesy buttermilk biscuits? Absolutely. We have a food photos channel in Discord. That is the best place to put that. And I do love a cheesy buttermilk biscuit. I love a biscuit in general. I should have rotated these in the oven, huh? How long were they in there? 6. They were in there for 15. I put the original timers at 15 minutes. There's 4 minutes left. I definitely should have rotated these. But I didn't. And let's see. The tips are browning kind of across the board. So I think that is probably going to be fine. I don't need to rotate them. Better to just leave the oven closed and not let all the heat out. That's my thought. All right. Anyway, let's get out our ingredients for this. We have some basic ingredients here. All-purpose flour. And oh, by the way, I love this recipe because it calls for the ingredients by weight. Love it. Love an ingredient. Love a recipe list that includes weight. All-purpose flour, granulated sugar, olive oil, aniseed. This is brand new. So let's make sure this doesn't have a little, I'm sure it has a little thing on it. It does. I had to buy this today because or bought this yesterday. We'll use this for something else at some point. Aniseed, eggs. It says 2 medium-sized eggs, so we're definitely doubling this recipe. Let's do 4 eggs. Whoa. 2, 3, 4. I might make 4 versions of this, or 3. Sorry, I might triple this recipe. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure that out when we get there. Baking powder. It calls for a teaspoon. Lemon zest, salt, and then powdered sugar for dusting, which is fine. I also have cinnamon and sugar. That mix of like cinnamon and sugar that is so good on donuts. So I might use that. Or we might use some powdered sugar. We'll see. This lemon extract I can put away because that was for the coconut johns. And let's see. One sec. All right. Everything else over here. It's like looking at my baking cabinet. I've got more flour if I need it. I've got more sugar if I need it. Okay, cool. We have 1 minute left on these coconut situations in the oven. So let's see, what do I need here? In a large mixing bowl, combine the flour, sugar, and a pinch of salt. In another bowl, beat the eggs and mix in the milk and melted butter. What milk? What milk? Hold on. Flour, granulated sugar, olive oil, aniseed, eggs, baking powder, lemon zest, a pinch of salt, optional powdered sugar for dusting. It literally doesn't say anything about milk or melted butter. I am going to I'm gonna go back and look this recipe up on the internet. Hold on. I'm gonna do that while we're here. But my timer just went off for these. Let me look at these. They look good. They definitely look like they need more time. We're gonna give them more time. So one second. Where's my laptop? We're going back to the source here. We need to see. It says milk and melted butter. It does not say milk and melted butter in the list of ingredients. That seems bad. Ava, welcome. Gelatinizing soup to put in the sandwich sounds fascinating. It kind of does sound fascinating. Um, I wonder. I kind of wonder if it's. I wonder how it is when you heat it back up again. That's like. It's a weird one. Megan, welcome in. Okay. Literally, I'm looking at the recipe. It doesn't say milk. It doesn't say melted butter. It has no notes about this. Flour, sugar, oil, eggs. Like milk and melted butter seem like they should be a part of. They do seem like they would be a part of this. I Okay, it calls so oh, this is dangerous. Hold on. Let me just see something here. Yeah, this recipe clearly I did not read this as thoroughly as I should have beforehand. Mixing bowl, combine the flour, sugar, and salt. So we have the flour and sugar and the pinch of salt accounted for. Okay. In another bowl, beat the eggs and mix in the milk and melted butter. So we have eggs. It doesn't say anything about olive oil. So I assume that the oil is the substitute is like I assume the oil would take the place of the butter because it calls for a half a cup of olive oil, which is a typical amount of that would be a typical amount of butter that you would use in like a recipe, right? A half a cup is a quarter. A half a cup is a stick of butter. So that's a normal amount. But it does not say anything about milk. Make a well in the center of the dry ingredients. Okay. If you're using anise or lemon zest, add them to the wet ingredients. So, flour, sugar, okay, oil. Was this translated? Hold on, is this like third party? No. These are fried meal, but it is not. They talk about the frying oil separately. Fill a deep frying pan with oil and heat it to 350. That's an easy part. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I am going to do. I'm going to follow this recipe. Instead of using butter, I'm going to use the olive oil that they call for in the ingredients list. And there's a step in here that says, make a well in the center of the dry ingredients and pour in the wet mixture. Use a wooden spoon to bring the dough together. It should be smooth, but not sticky. At that point, I'm going to add milk, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to add milk. This milk. I have a terrible sense of smell. So we're gonna give this a shake and taste it because I'm pretty sure it's fine, but yeah, it smells fine. Usually milk that's turned is something I can easily smell. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. When was the last time y'all drank regular milk? I never drink regular milk, only with cookies. So approximately once a month. All right. So what I'm going to do is I am going to start with like a quarter cup of milk, because it says to mix the wet ingredients into the dry ingredients. So I'm just going to start with a little bit and mix it until it hits the consistency that it says. Bring the dough together. It should be smooth but not sticky. That should be easy to do. Cover the dough with a damp cloth and let it rest for about 15 minutes. Great. So we could definitely do that. Let me look. I just want to see. This was when I looked up on my internet this recipe. Let's see. Rest the dough. Maintain the oil temperature. Glaze. Okay. Let's see. This one says, here's another recipe. It says flour, sugar, baking powder, salt, eggs, olive oil, milk, zest, vegetable oil for frying. So this is okay, I just found another one that's the same recipe that calls for a quarter cup of milk, which is what I said I was going to start with. So this one calls for, let's see, this one says 4 cups of flour, 3/4 cup of sugar, 2 cups of flour, half a cup of sugar, half a teaspoon of baking powder versus 1 teaspoon. Let's see. This recipe looks a little knead the dough until it becomes smooth and elastic. Cover the dough, let it rest for 30 minutes. After resting, you take small portions of the dough, roll them into thin ropes about ½ inch thick, join the ends in a deep powder skillet, heat the vegetable oil. Oil should be about 2 inches deep. Carefully place. Sorry, my brain stopped working and I forgot to take these out of the oven. My timer went off. I turned it off. Did I turn it off? When did I turn off that timer? I don't know. These look great. Maybe they need to cook for 20 minutes. Look at these. These look like what I wanted them to look like. Hopefully they released from the pan. I don't even know when the timer went off. That's bad. Anyway, they look great. They look like what I wanted them to. They were probably in there an extra 4 minutes, I want to say. 154. Yeah, so they were in there for a while. Anyone who has a turbo can like rewind it. Can rewind this broadcast and see when that second timer went off. Anyway, they baked for a while. Okay, let them sit for about 15 to 20 minutes until the glaze hardens. Okay, we're not glazing these necessarily. I'm not going to glaze these. Okay, this actually seems like a better recipe than the one that is the first one that I was looking at. It uses less flour. How many does it say it makes? 4. It says it makes 4 servings. How many is in a serving? Okay. They're best served fresh. Obviously, they're best served fresh. They're a baked good. And so I like the note at the bottom. It says it's always a good idea to read through the recipe and gather all the necessary ingredients and equipment before starting to ensure a smooth cooking process. Yup. Facts. Okay, so I think I am going to use this recipe instead because I have all the ingredients. Like I have all of the stuff for it. I just don't have. I didn't have the other one. The other one, I'm sort of like, all right, I don't know if I trust it now because it didn't have it used ingredients that it didn't call for in the ingredients list. That's a huge red flag that I didn't catch the first time I read it. And I know why I didn't catch it the first time I read it, because the other recipe I was looking at had a it was like it was a milk based recipe. So I didn't catch it because milk was already on my mind. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and use this one. I don't know how many this makes, so I think though I can definitely double this just like straight from this right from the start, because I know that I'm gonna need at least a double batch. I'm assuming that I will need to make another batch after that, but what we can do is we'll make this one, you rest it. It says take small portions of the dough, roll them into thin ropes about a half-inch thick. Okay, it doesn't give you portions, like sizing portions for the dough, but the other one, the other recipe does. It says about the size of a walnut, which is helpful. I assume they mean a whole walnut while it's still in the shell and not a like whatever. Okay, cool. This is good. I think this is fine. I like the way this recipe is written, and while it doesn't include weight like the other one, I think it is a good base. Let's just see. I want to see if I can two more. Okay, these give the same temperature. 3 eggs, 4 cups of flour. Yeah, all the okay, this one has a scaler. Neil, I see you. Thank you. This one I just found has a scaler on it too. I don't always trust the scalers, if I'm being honest, because they're just I don't know. This one has flour, eggs, butter, baking powder, sugar, lemon, water, and vegetable oil. That one doesn't have any milk at all. Great. Okay, we're going with the one that I found that I feel comfortable with. And if they work, they work. And if not, then they don't. And we're going to not have treats. Okay. I printed this one out. Let me run and grab that off the printer here, and we'll get started. So just a second as I go grab that. I think it printed. I hope it printed. Let's see. Did it print? It did. Amazing. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and double this. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and double this one right off of the gate. If it's total failure, then the kids get Oreos, fellas, right? Authentic Ecuadorian Oreos. No. I think if this doesn't come out the right way, I think what I will end up doing, one, I will know if the dough is doughy enough, because it'll feel doughy, right? Like you need to be able to roll it into balls and shape it into a form, which I will know well in advance of frying it if that is true. And I should be able to adjust if I need to. Add a little bit more flour, add a little bit more baking soda, baking powder. Actually, no, I don't want to add more baking powder. I might want to add like a little cornstarch to it. Let's read some of the tips that it says here, though. It says some of the tips. Obviously, the right oil temperature. That's hugely important. Proper drainage, obviously, also important. Double frying. It says you could double fry these, which could be fun. We'll see how the first batch comes out, and if it seems worth doing, then I might do that. It says you could do them in an air fryer. Not an option for me. I don't have one. And it also says adding a bit of cornstarch or potato starch can also help in reducing oil absorption. If the dough is not coming together right, I might add a little bit of cornstarch to it. But I don't always love the flavor of cornstarch. This one doesn't have any notes, so that's fine. All right, let's get started. 2 cups. It says 2 cups of all-purpose flour to start. Let me grab my cup measure out of the sink. What did I have in here? Coconut. Just coconut. Okay. That's a good thing. Earlier, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're having a lovely Calibrates Wednesday. Did you see the flavor of cornstarch? Yeah, I definitely... cornstarch is one of those things where it's not like if you put too much, to me, I can taste it. No, I don't always love it. Especially in like soups or stews, that type of thing. Let's make these in the bigger... We'll make these in the bigger bowl. And I think we'll make a double batch to start and see how it goes. That's what we'll do. It says in a large mixing bowl, combine the flour, granulated sugar, baking powder, and salt. Mix well. You got it. All right, so we're going to start out with 4 cups of all-purpose flour. I can turn my oven off, by the way. I don't need that on. And I'm letting these coconut drops cool for a little bit longer here. I can tell you very definitively that they are releasing from the tray right now. So I'm not super concerned about their... I think both of those things, it's going to come down to flavor because both of them have released from the tray. Okay, we're going to get our cups of flour here, 4 cups of flour. And I'm measuring, actually using a measuring cup. Usually I don't love the measuring cup, but I think what we'll do is we'll measure 1. It says 150. That's 151 grams. The all-purpose flour measurement magnet on my fridge says 142, so we're pretty close. That's 300, so about 600 grams of flour is what I'm going. So we're just going to put the rest of that in here. Wait, 151 times 4 is 150 times 4 is 600. Yes. Okay. So we're just going to go with 600 grams of flour for my first double batch here. Yes, I know that it's actually 604, which is what we have in this bowl right now. Then we need a half a cup of granulated sugar. So we just need 1 cup of granulated sugar. That makes this easy. I have my cup measure out, and we'll just fill it up with sugar. Oh, hello. I'm going to do that over the counter so I don't add too much extra when I inevitably overfill it. You know, I could have just dipped the cup in here. I should have done that. Dan, welcome in. Good to see you. I hear a Cookie Club entry. What is that one? 200. Hey, Dan, 200 check-ins. Holy shit. That's a lot of check-ins. Dan, not only do you get a Cookie Club entry for that, but you get confetti. Congratulations on your 200th check-in. Check-ins. Good to see you. A teaspoon of baking powder. So it calls for a half a teaspoon of baking powder, but we'll put a whole teaspoon in. We're doubling it. Is this a teaspoon? A teaspoon. Teaspoon of baking powder. And salt, I need a half a teaspoon of salt. It doesn't say what kind, so we will use kosher salt. A half a teaspoon. Checks. Yep, half a teaspoon of kosher salt. Beautiful. Mix well, it says. We will. Let's mix this. We're going to just whisk this together. I could run this through a sifter to really kind of mix it, but I think this will be fine. It's going to whisk and incorporate everything like this. In a separate bowl, beat the eggs lightly, add the olive oil, milk, and lemon zest. Whisk together until well combined. Okay, so now that we have our dries together, milk is easy to measure, olive oil is easy to measure, eggs are obviously easy to measure, but the zest of one lemon is something that we need to actually take some effort to do. So we're going to do that first. And it says the zest of one lemon, so we'll take two here. That is a big old lemon. So let's do these. Dan, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Hey, that is if I read that correctly, that is 12 months of being a subscriber, which means that you are guaranteed cookies in the next Cookie Club distribution, which will be sometime, I believe, at the beginning of November, although now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I actually put the Cookie Club making on the calendar, and November is a busy one. So I'm going to have to go back and look at that, and we may end up dropping. Anyway, we're going to do Cookie Club in November. We're definitely doing Cookie Club in November. October has been a good month, despite taking a week off for TwitchCon. So that is 12 months worth of hanging out, worth of being a subscriber, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Those of y'all who are like, hey, what is he talking about? You can put command cookies in chat, and that will give you all the details you need about Cookie Club. It is a rewards program for our regular viewers, subscribers, regular community members, and we have a couple different prizes. You can get homemade cookies sent to you. You can get a gift sub to any channel. You can get credit for the merch shop. And there's lots of ways to enter. Subscribing is but one way to enter. You can also gift subs. You can donate bits. You can donate via the PayPal button and the link, the thing below. You can also enter through a myriad number of free ways, including leveling up on Discord, checking in. Every multiple of 20 check-ins is a Cookie Club entry, and at the end of the month we do a drawing for folks that have entries that month. So it is been going on for, oh my god, at least 2 years at this point. I honestly don't know when we started Cookie Club. I think we started it 2 years ago. No, we did, because remember last month when I was like, when do we start Cookie Club? And it was a year. It was 2 years last month. And I was like, oh, it's the 2-year anniversary. Cool, I missed it, because anniversaries don't, anyway, they don't register as highly for me as many other things. Anyway, Dan, thank you for being a subscriber. That was a really long-winded way of saying thank you for being a subscriber for a year, and I know that you've hung out for a little longer than a year too. Okay, so in a separate bowl, beat the eggs, add the olive oil, milk, and lemon zest. Let's do that now. Eggs. So what did it call for? 2 large eggs. So we're doubling. So we're going to do 4 large eggs. So 1, 2, lemon is probably a better choice for kids. I was thinking there was some other options for this. One of the most, I guess, famous, most well-known dish of like direct Ecuadorian is heritage, whatever, is this potato, like stuffed cheese potato thing. That sounded kind of amazing. This dish sounded kind of amazing, but it would really need to be reheated, and so I just couldn't. Like, I was thinking about making that, and I was like, I can't do that because it's not. They're not going to heat it up, and I don't think it'll be very good out of the fridge. Okay, beat the eggs lightly. Light. Hardest chocolate could be pretty good in here. I feel like you could glaze these with whatever you wanted to. You could do some chocolate on them. I'm gonna do them with powdered sugar and also like some cinnamon and sugar. Okay, adding the olive oil. How much olive oil? 1/4 cup. That's a 1/2 cup. Okay, 1/2 cup of olive oil. I'm gonna use the actual like measuring cup here. I opened the drawer. I didn't get it out. And let's get the big jug of olive oil out because I don't need to pour 1/2 cup out of this thing. So 1/2 cup of olive oil, 1/2 cup of milk. Half a cup of olive oil is... Now, hold on. What does 1/2 cup say? 118 milliliters, which if this was water, that would be grams. Interesting. It's only 95 grams. Dip them hot into regular sugar with cinnamon. That is probably, what I'm probably going to do with these is take them and when I get them out of the fryer, I'm going to put them on like a wire rack to drain, and I'll probably like sprinkle cinnamon and sugar over them while they're on the wire rack, and maybe like flip them over and kind of do both sides. That was my sort of thought. That was my thought on that. Okay, and then 1/2 cup of milk. We're using whole milk. 1/4 cup of olive oil, 1/4 cup of milk. So again, we're doubling. 1/4 cup of milk. Zest of 1 lemon. So we're going to take the zest of 2nd lemon. Or the zest of both lemons, rather, and put them in there. Now, the other recipe called for a bit of aniseed. It called for a tablespoon, approximately 8 grams of aniseed. I'm going to add that into this because I like the idea of that flavor, 1, and I bought it, 2. So I don't want to buy it and not use it. I'm going to add a teaspoon of aniseed extract. Into here. I think I'm going to add 2. Now that I'm considering it, I think I'm going to add a 2nd one. I don't think it's going to add too much additional. 2 teaspoons is not a ton of additional liquid here. And it's an extract, so I know that it'll be a little bit stronger. It smells stronger. Whisk together until well combined. Okay. We're going to do that. We're whisking together until well combined. Pour the wet ingredients into the bowl with the dry ingredients. Stir until a dough starts to form. Use your hands to knead the dough until it becomes smooth and elastic. Okay, so we have our big bowl, our bigger bowl, and our bowl of wets here. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of combine all of my, take these off the counter and put them in the sink. I think we're gonna need to do some dishes while we're taking a rest, while we're letting this dough rest here. It says to let it rest for 30 minutes. It did cut off the part where it told me whether it rested in the fridge or not. So before I combine this and like get this going, let me just like check. Cover the dough with plastic wrap and let it rest for 30 minutes. Okay, that means did not say refrigerate it, so that means out on the counter. Okay, we're gonna take a wooden spoon and stir this together a little, just to get it started, and then let me wash my hands so I can actually knead this with my hands and get this into its resting state. When we're resting this, what I'm going to do is transition to do some dishes. Then we're going to test these coconut drops that I made while the dough is resting as well. So we'll do both of those things. And I think what I also want to do before this rests, it's not going to rise all that, like there's no yeast in here. It's not going to rise. So I think what I want to do is take like a pinch off of here and like form it just really roughly, and then I'll like incorporate it back in. That way I'll kind of basically know how many donuts I'm going to get out of this. I'll weigh it on this. I'll put a thing on the scale. I'll weigh how much it is. We'll subtract the tare amount in the bowl, and then we'll figure out how many little balls I can get out of here, and that will tell me whether I need to make another batch or not. I know I doubled this, but this didn't say how many this recipe made. The other recipe I was looking at said it makes 20 and it had 4 cups of flour. This one says it makes 4 servings and it had 2 cups of flour. So I don't even know how to like begin interpreting that. So I mean I do, but it's whatever. Pour the wet ingredients into the dry ingredients. Stir until the dough starts to form. Okay. Stir until the dough starts to form. You can do that. All right, wet is into dry, and now we're just going to stir. We have a pretty large bowl here, so there's a lot of like space to stir, which is lovely. We're going to stir until a dough starts to form. It is starting to get there. Yep. Okay. We're going to keep stirring this a little bit more, and then we're going to get in here and use my hands in just a moment. Again, I just washed my hands, so I'm pretty ready to get in here. All right, a dough has definitely started. We're kneading the dough until it becomes smooth and elastic. So that is the goal here. Now this is clearly starting to be a dough. All right. Yeah, it's quite sticky. So I don't know if I'll end up needing to add a little more flour or not to this, but it's looking pretty good. Now it doesn't give any notes on timing here, Like, how long do you need it? So we're gonna work this until it is smooth and elastic. It is already quite smooth right now. There's not the stickiness happening. Like, this stuff that's sticking to my hands is from when I initially touched it. I'm gonna kind of wipe these little bits off. And now this dough is already pretty smooth, I would say. It might even be a little bit dry. Now it's starting to get a little stickier again. It's a little. I've worked it now, and it's a little stickier. I don't know how much I'm supposed to do this for, but it's pretty smooth. It's not super smooth. I'm kind of folding it over on itself like I would pizza dough. And I'm gonna add like a touch, just a little bit of flour to this. Because it went from being relatively dry to now being pretty sticky. So I'm gonna add a little bit of flour as I would with like a pizza dough that was a little wet. And kind of give this just a touch more dryness to it. Yeah, it gets sticking to the bottom of the bowl at this point, which is fine. Again, we're making some adjustments because the recipe is not, I don't think, perfect. Let's say wet one more time. Say what again? Say what one more time? Oh my god. Yeah, it'll definitely be a little better after it gets rested. It was starting to feel, it wasn't smooth. It still felt really grainy. And I added just a little bit of flour, and now it's feeling a little smoother. Like, I'm imagining, I don't want this to be necessarily like a pizza dough, right? But I do want this to be probably something like a little smoother than it was. So this is looking pretty good at this point, and it's smooth. I would say it's pretty elastic. If I like hold it, it's starting to drop. Like, I'm not doing that. It's just kind of dropping on its own, but it's not breaking in the center. So it's definitely shapeable. That's the kind of the point. And this is relatively smooth, I would say. So I think we're in a good spot to let this rest. Now, what I had said was I want to measure out a little bit of this before I let this rest. Yeah, before I let this rest, I want to measure out just like one ball worth. So let's see. Let's just make a couple notes here. Make a couple notes. So one batch is 1244 grams. One ball is, let's start with, they said a walnut size ball, right? It's about the size of a walnut. About a 1/2 inch thick. Rope, join the ends to form a ring, and fry. That is a nice little donut right there. That was let's see, 1244 minus 1218. That's about a 25 gram ball. So let's just go with 25 grams. So if I have 1244 divided by 25, that's 50 mini donuts from this ball. I'm gonna make one single batch of this more, because not gonna lie, y'all, I want to eat some of these donuts too. I want to have some left over. We're gonna make a single batch. So I think what we'll do is we're gonna put this in a separate bowl. Let's put this in a little glass bowl here. Cover it and let it rest. So this one's ready to go. That is roughly, approximately 50 donuts. We'll see, hopefully. It says cover it with plastic wrap, so we'll do cover it with a little bit of plastic here. We're gonna let that rest. And then what I'm gonna do right now, Clyde, welcome in. Hello. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make another single batch of this right now, because I've got all this. This bowl is dry enough. I'm just gonna like put my ingredients in here and mix, and that'll be good. And then we'll let that single batch rest for about 30 minutes as well. So let's set a timer for 30 minutes. And then we'll be finished with the making. Then we'll be into the shaping portion and end up with we'll have all of our dishes dirty at once, except for this pot, the spider that I'll use to make them, and then the sheet pans that I'll use to rest them. Okay, so let's do that right away. Just like get started, because then I can do all of my dishes at once. We will go ahead during that time and do like a 3-minute ad and play some words on stream while I'm doing the dishes, because that's like what we usually do. Typically, so we haven't been doing this week for yesterday or today. But mostly what we do is we run like 3 minutes worth of ads at the top of every hour on Twitch. That way, anyone who joins the stream brand new doesn't get ads, no pre-roll ads. I haven't been doing that this time around because, I don't know, because I haven't felt like it, honestly. But I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to do that during the next round while I'm doing dishes. So like just a very long-term heads up for y'all that's going to happen. All right, so 302 grams of flour was the measurement that I wanted. That was 2 cups of flour. So that dough felt really good. I'm pretty happy with how that came together. I'm hoping that it turns out to be pretty good when it's rested. Neil, to your point, I think it should be better after it's been rested. No, most dough is. I'm gonna put this back in the cabinet as I'm going along here. That way we've got I'm like putting things away too. Where's that half cup measurement? There it is. Okay. Now let's remember I'm doing a single batch of this recipe, so I need to not double things in my mind. I need to just follow the script here. So a half a cup of sugar. And I'm going to leave the sugar out because I may need more cinnamon and sugar. Teaspoon, let's see, what is this? Half a teaspoon of baking powder. This is a half a teaspoon. Half a teaspoon of baking powder. Quarter teaspoon of salt. quarter teaspoon of salt. Okay, now we want to mix all of those together. And we'll use a different whisk than the one I was using before. So we have flour, sugar, baking powder, salt in here. So we need 2 large eggs. One, oh, didn't crack right. 1, 2 large eggs. A quarter cup of olive oil and a quarter cup of milk. Rinse my hands. Rinse my hands. Yeah, that's a quarter cup. Quarter cup olive oil. Nothing sneaks past. Quarter cup of milk. I will go ahead and just pour a quarter cup of olive oil out of here because that's handy and I don't need to get up on the stool. Quarter cup of olive oil, quarter cup of milk. How many teaspoons of anise did I add to the last one? I added a whole teaspoon, so we'll do a half a teaspoon. Nope. Do a half a teaspoon in this one. I did not. Uh-oh. I need to get more lemon zest. Now, I don't actually have more lemons to use. So instead of the zest, I think we'll add a little bit of juice for the flavor instead. So we'll just do we'll do a teaspoon of lemon juice. And this will probably mean that I will need to add a little bit more flour because I've added a little extra liquid here for the anise and the anise and lemon juice. So maybe I shouldn't have put my flour away. Oh well. We're gonna mix all this together. So just make sure we have flour, sugar, baking powder, and salt, eggs, olive oil, milk, and lemon in here. That's good. We're going to combine these together and then we will combine, then we will knead and rest. Could remove a teaspoon of liquid. This is true. I could do, I feel like I could have added just like a little bit, probably a little bit less olive oil. We'll see how it comes together. I think it should be fine. Adding a little extra flour is not too bad. All right, let me wash my hands. So let me wash my hands so I can knead this dough. Yeah, I mean, when I added additional flour to the last batch, I added like 3 tablespoons maybe total. So I don't think that's really enough it's not really enough to make too much of a difference generally. It's a negligible amount. Exactly. Yeah, and yeah, like most of the time you're like when you're doing something that requires kneading, like you're flouring your board, you're flouring your counter or whatever too. So it's like, you know, I'm doing it in a bowl. So instead of like flouring the counter, I'm just adding it directly to the bowl. Peanut, no butter. Ham and no burger. Where does the term hamburger come from? Is it like, because it's beef, right? Why is it called a hamburger? Was it originally supposed to be pork? I don't get it. Like peanut butter, I understand. It looks like softened butter. Hamburger, please explain. Isn't it German? Of course. Yes, probably. It probably is just like in a different language. And like me, hello, American. I'm very Americanized. It came from Hamburg or somewhere else? No. So Fluff says the city of Hamburg. Hamburg. Because the term originated from the city of Hamburg. Well, I'm glad to be immediately rewarded with an answer, my direct answer to my question. That's always helpful, honestly. All right, I just washed my hands. Let me get this flour out because I anticipate needing a little bit more, and I don't want to have to get that out with dirty hands. So let's get this out. Let's open it, and we'll have that at the ready. I'm gonna start kneading this by hand now because it is at that point where the spoon is just mashing it around and not really doing anything. Okay. You know what I should do? I should taste this first. Yes, I know it has raw egg in it. No, it's just the web says the word hamburger. Now I feel like I have to say it. Hamburg originates from Hamburg, Germany, and the name is short for Hamburg steak, a dish of minced and cooked beef that was popular in the city and shipped to England and the United States. Well, there we go. Good to know. This is I always one of the big things that I really want to do on stream, or like one of the things that I've wanted to add for a long time, is a GIF of the more you know arrow. You know the one, right? From your childhood and mine. That just is like, the more you know. That just comes across the top of the screen and disappears. I really, really, really want to have that, but I can't find a good version of it, and I haven't like gone out and like paid someone to make it for me. Anyway, Super Scott, welcome in. I saw you on other people's streams at the con. I love that. I really do love that. I had welcome. Question, which stream? I'm curious. I had a moment that was really fun. We had someone came into chat just at the end of stream yesterday and was like, was someone who had tagged me in a Discord server that I like forgot that I was in because they saw me. They saw me on someone's stream who it wasn't that person's Discord, and they like tagged me and were like, "Hey, were you just on this stream?" And I was like, yes, I was. I just like ran up to that person and said hi to them. It was Morgan from Big Brother, whose stream they were apparently watching, who I didn't know was live streaming when I went up and said hi to her. But I had like camera blindness. So I was like, oh my God, it's Morgan. I love you. And I guess I didn't realize that she like had a camera. Anyway, Super Scott, it was probably Tiku Taku Tony's stream. Okay. Yes, I saw him a couple times at TwitchCon. He was really like all around, doing a lot of IRL stuff, which was cool. I appreciate the folks that do IRL streaming at TwitchCon because I like watching them when I like am in my room at the end of the evening and I'm like, you know, being an elder millennial going to bed early. I'm always like, oh, look at the youth out having fun. Zach, welcome in. Zach, it was really lovely to meet you. By the way, I'm sorry. I feel awkward because I was like shoveling food in my mouth the whole time. And I thought about it at the end. I was like, oh, that was probably not a good look. But like, it's also whatever I was also like whatever I was hungry. So, Zachary Michael, one of the folks that I met, no need to feel awkward. It's just how I live my life, honestly. Which is fine. I thought I had a sound that was awkward on my back. I don't. But yeah, it was great. It was really lovely meeting you. It was one of like, honestly, it was like one of the highlights of TwitchCon for me because you're someone who's like coming to stream and whose stream I've watched and like we have some good folks that hang out here and on your stream, and it was like really cool to actually put like a real human face behind an internet name, which is one of the biggest reasons of going to TwitchCon at all, honestly. Okay, this looks good. We're smooth. We're going to TwitchCon as a VTuber. I always wonder how do people know who they are? Like, I feel like if you were a VTuber and you just had never shown your face on stream and your avatar, we're being hoity about it. But like, if your avatar didn't necessarily look like you, like, how would people know? Voices. Oh God, that's some like deep stuff. I did see a lot of the VTubers. See, Zach, but the thing is that I didn't really realize what was going on with them. I was like, yo, I just thought. Can I tell you honestly what I thought? Yes, I will. Let me wash my hands. I saw the things going around that were like had VTubers on them, the like robot things. Yeah, the screen that rolls around. Like, I saw a bunch of those, and I also had the thought, I'm like, how do they get up and down the stairs? What's the accessibility like for the VTuber situation? Fair question, honestly. But I saw a lot of people walking around like carrying an iPad like this, and I thought, they make elevators. I know, but like, can they get on the elevator? Is it like a thing? I have no idea how any of this works. I am not a VTuber. Clearly, I'm impressed. I met some people who are this weekend, and I was like, how do you do the things that you do? Like, what do you like? You have like how do you get the thing that looks like you to move and talk? Yeah, the folks with the iPad. I assumed that it was just like somebody who was part of their community, you know, or whatever, that it wasn't like the person holding the iPad walking around wasn't the person. Maybe that was wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I felt like I feel very out of my element talking about or like interacting with like the VTuber community, because I don't think I watch anybody who's a VTuber like primarily, and I guess I don't understand how it intersects with the real life scenario. And that's not trying to be like, I'm not trying to like throw shade, right? I'm just being real that I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you attend a conference as a real human and a VTuber at the same time. Tamuchi says the handler is usually a friend or community member. If you want to get immersed, there's a con called Off-Kai. I don't know if I want to get immersed. I feel like it's much like gaming. I just don't have like a lot of knowledge around it, and I'm very willing to admit my ignorance. Like, I'm very willing to say I don't understand. I'm not saying I don't understand why people do it. I don't understand the like logistics of it in a like real world situation. I saw the little drone things that were going around. They have like an iPad basically on a stand that was like moving around on the floor throughout the conference. I thought that was like the closest I got to understanding it. But the folks with the iPads, I was like, I'm not quite sure. Do you think the people holding the iPads are the same VTubers on the screen? I don't know. I bet some of them are, and I bet some of them are not. One of the things that I thought was fascinating was the meet and greets, where you can like schedule time with your favorite big streamer. to meet them in real life. I was watching one of the meet and greets with a VTuber, and it was a huge screen, and it was like the full body thing, and they had a camera on the top, and you like stood in front of the screen, and the person obviously saw you, and like you could react, and it was fascinating. And then they were like taking pictures, and so the person like stood next to the screen, and they like awkwardly sort of put their arm around the screen, and I was like, that's fascinating to me. A lot of them do VTubing because they want to be anonymous, which obviously that totally, like, I get why. I understand the idea that like anonymity would be cool. Also, if you're just not comfortable being on camera and you're more comfortable, like, you know, your avatar, your icon or whatever is like across the internet, like people use that all the time. Like, you know, you recognize somebody. I saw a couple people at TwitchCon who I recognized from following them on the internet, and I like recognized their avatar, not because I'd like watched their streams, but because they're you know, PFP, profile picture. Is that what they could say? Because their PFP was like a picture of them, and I was like, oh, I know you, which was kind of cool. You need to have the camera yourself to get the model to move, right? And that's where I'm like, okay, it probably isn't that person. It's probably like a community member who's like just walking them around, which is kind of cool. The face tracking and all that is fascinating. Bella says, because in real life I'm fat and ugly, but my avatar is super hot. I mean, like, listen, if I had a VTuber model, it would look like this, just better. I don't really see the appeal, Super Scott says. Well, I mean, that's valid, and you don't need to see the appeal of it. I personally don't see the appeal of video games. Like, I understand why people play them, but like, I don't watch them because they don't appeal to me either. So like, I think honestly, it's just like, you know, just like anything else, it would be a community, right? Like you enjoy what they're presenting on screen, and their model is sort of ancillary to whatever else it is you're looking at. You know, like, I don't know. It seems like a lot of technical work to me. Yeah, well, it seems nice to have an avatar ready to go when you can be disheveled at your desk. That is totally valid. That is completely valid. I want the ability to change my hairstyle and boba size on demand. Wouldn't that be a fun channel point reward? If it's them holding the iPad, it's kind of funny because it makes me think that they're uploading their consciousness to the computer and walking around the convention holding themselves. That could be valid. That could be true. What if you were the actual VTuber walking around holding the iPad, you had just had someone else with the camera on them playing you? That would be wild. Turner says my VTuber would be the version of me after I went through a transition to on the Uglies. Was that like the Swan? What is the Uglies? Is that where do y'all remember the Swan on Fox? What a horrible show. They were like, here, have $100,000 worth of plastic surgery. Let's ruin your life. Baker, welcome in. Hello. We have some coconut drops. These are 100% the best version of the thing that I've made so far, at least visually. Come look at these. These look great. These look like what I wanted them to. They are a little bit crunchy on the tips. They are browned around the feet, and importantly, they come off the pan. So that was a pretty important step. So I think let's kind of observe what we're feeling here, physically, not emotionally. Although that one's important too. So the butter disconnects really well and has a bit more, has a bit of consistency. The brown bottoms are pretty consistently brown. I only had one of them really stick, and that was because it was stuck to another one. The olive oil, ooh, the olive oil comes off super easily. This is the cooking oil spray. That one comes off super easily and is also nicely browned. I would say the olive oil ones are a little bit nicer browned, but I also know that they were closer to the heating element in the oven. So like this one right here, let's see. This one was the closest to the heating element, and this one was the closest to the heating element. And this one was farthest away, and they look, excuse me, they look relatively similar. So I think it comes down to taste, really, because they both did what they were supposed to do, which was, oh, God, my hair looks super fucking emo when I have it poking out the front like that. I don't love it. Anyway, let's taste. We're gonna do a taste test of the ones that were like in the middle of each of them and see what they're like. So this is the butter. Those are super chewy. I love how brown they are around the edge. The crunchiness to them is great. Okay, now this is the olive oil one. No real difference in taste. It's so marginal. Like, I can't tell. No real difference. Oh God, can you hear me chewing? It's because my microphone is like connected to my skull. Okay, well, I don't think there's any real difference to this. Let's see. Is that better? I think these both turned out really well. I'm happy with this. This is good. No like farther notes. Changes that I made from the original recipe, I doubled the amount of coconut in them. And I added a greased. When I say original recipe, I mean the one that I originally wrote. Changes from the first one I tested. So hold on, I still got in the cabinet here. I've still got a bag of the original ones. So here's a little side-by-side comparison. Okay, this will tell you sort of the evolution of these. All right, this was the first batch, first version. This is the final batch, final version. So the one on your left is basically the finished recipe. And this one is the one that I was just like, I'm going to write a recipe, I'm throwing it together, and I'm throwing it in the oven, right? Different types of coconut. This one has twice the coconut in it and is a different type. It also was cooked for longer than this one, even though this one looks more burnt. This one had oil on the tray, and this one had no oil. This one has oil. So big difference visually. Texturally too, this one is chewier. This one is, well, this one is a week old at this point. So they're very different from their, like, yeah, their mouthfeel as well. So I'm pretty happy with how those turned out. Generally speaking, they were, that was the 4th time I've made them. This is the 4th version, or the 4th iteration. So these are the best. These are what I'm going with. Let's make sure I write those things down, because otherwise I may not. Okay, so we ended up with 4 cups. So that's 16 ounces. That is a pound of coconut in a full version of this recipe. 1 pound of coconut. I should, hold on. Let me take a look at this bag real quick. How much is this bag? 14 ounces. Okay. So if the standardized bag for this is 14 ounces, I'm going to need to back this off a little bit, because I don't want someone's recipe to have to get 2 of those bags. I want this to, because this is, Tardis, to your point, they're coconut drops. I want this to be based around how much coconut you need. So if a standard bag of coconut is 14 ounces, which I have to check, I'll check like 4 or 5 different brands and see what size bags they offer. If a standard bag is 14 ounces, I will make the recipe based on that, based on 14 ounces. So that is where we're going here. And I need to have grease with butter or cooking spray. I did not notice a difference in the taste between these two. I'll ask Calvin when he comes home later if he notices a taste difference. We'll see. A bag of coconut and 3 egg whites. That might work. That might work too. Yeah, the egg whites are the other thing that I can't really. I'm not like I haven't adjusted the amount of egg white since the first version of this recipe. I've just kept it the same because it's basically a meringue, you know. So like the egg white, powdered sugar, and lemon, I haven't changed at all. I've only changed the amount of coconut and the amount of coconut, the timing, and the pan have been the big changes for me. Okay. Let's get these ingredients. Okay, what do we want to do now? Basically make coconut macaroons. Yeah, I mean basically, I wanted them to be as not necessarily as close to the original as possible, because when I first made this recipe, I made it exactly like the original recipe called for, and they didn't turn out very well because the recipe is like 100 years old and things are different. Ingredients are different. Egg size is different. Ovens are different. So we're, you know, had to adjust. That's what we were doing. Okay, this is ready to be, I think this is ready for like a final write-up. We are ready to do some frying now. Not quite ready to do some frying yet. We're going to, let's see. Hold on. I have two different recipes here. Let me make sure I'm looking at the same recipe. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that wasn't working. Or that didn't quite work. So let's make sure we have what we need for this. Take small portions of the dough and roll them into thin ropes. Join the ends to form a ring shape. Repeat until all the dough is used. In a deep pot or skillet, heat the vegetable oil over medium heat. The oil should be about 2 inches deep. Carefully place a few into the hot oil and fry until they turn golden brown on both sides. Make sure to flip them halfway through for even cooking. Okay, so I'm going to do these in like a deep fry situation. I'm not doing them in like a shallow pan. I'm going to do them in like 3 or 4 inches of oil so that they kind of like bob and don't need to be like hand flipped. I will flip them, but I'm going to make it a little easier on myself. Remove the fried rosquillas using a slotted spoon and place them on a paper towel lined plate to absorb any excess oil. Repeat until all the rosquillas are fried. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. The dough has finished resting for my first round. I have about 15 minutes left for my second round, but like I'm not adding a timer for that one because it'll be 15 more minutes before I even touch it, so it doesn't matter. Once they've cooled, prepare the glaze. Okay, so this one calls for glazing them. I'm gonna add sugar, powdered sugar, or I'm gonna add cinnamon and sugar over top of them after I am like, basically I'm gonna take them out of the oil, put them on a wire rack. I'm not gonna do the paper towel. I'm just gonna put them on a wire rack so they drain off onto a pan. And while they're on the wire rack, I will sprinkle some cinnamon and sugar over them, and that will be how they are topped. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a few minutes now to process our dishes and play some words in stream. During that time, I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break. The reason I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break is because I'm going to be doing dishes and over at the sink. And yeah, I'll adjust the camera so that we're like over there. But I am also just going to run a 3-minute ad break because I'm going to be loading the dishwasher and not doing a whole lot other than that during that time. So we're gonna go ahead and like run that so that for the next hour, folks who are, you know, not subscribers don't get ads when they join the stream. While I'm doing that, let's check. Hold on, does that camera work? You're about to get a good old look at my dirty ass sink. Here it goes. Yeah, hell yeah! Look at that. Look at all that. Look at all that sinky goodness over there. Look at the camera being, not that camera being white balanced way off. Hold on, that's not what that looks like. We're going, oh, that's too much. Let's see. What does that look like in real life? Right about there is what that looks like. Okay, perfect. Yeesh. All right. Okay, we got that set up. Mix, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello. Happy Wednesday. So we're gonna do some dishes. We're gonna process some dishes and run a game of words on stream. When we're finished with that, we're gonna come back. I'm gonna put my oil into the pan, and we'll start our process. We'll start our donut rolling process. We have to roll, I don't know, a bunch of donuts, which seems pretty straightforward. So we're gonna do the dishes first, and then we'll be back. I said 50 earlier. I did. I said I think that this batch will make about 50 donuts. I also said they were about 25 grams each. I think I'm gonna bump that to 30. I don't know why, because so it will probably make a little less than 50. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to roll a bunch of these, and we're going to cook them. And then we'll probably roll, like, I don't think I'm going to roll all of them at once. We'll see. I might. It depends. Depends how many I can fit on a tray. Basically, I'm going to, like, get a tray prepped and ready to go with to roll these out onto. And I'll grease the tray a little bit because, like, they're going into oil anyway, so, like, I don't really care. And I don't want them to stick to the paper. We're going to get our oil set up. We're gonna get our fry station set up. Then we're gonna get our prep station set up for rolling the donuts. Then we're gonna roll the donuts. And then we're gonna fry them. And that will be sort of the next, like, hour and a half to 2 hours worth of stream today. So, Tucson, do we know what kind of style of donuts? Yes. These are. This is a recipe for Spanish Rosquillas, Rosquillas. They're very small donuts. They have flour, sugar, baking powder, salt, eggs, olive oil, milk, and lemon zest in them, along with a little bit of aniseed extract. So that's what we're making. My son has a project for school where he is doing basically a report on the country of Ecuador. These are, as we researched, made in Ecuador. I don't believe that they are natively from Ecuador, but I am not Ecuadorian, nor am I Spanish, so I don't want to, like, comment on their authenticity. They are mini donuts. An Ecuadorian blogger had written them up, and so I am making them. We're going to do a game of words on stream. So if you're not familiar, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. So if you are not a subscriber on Twitch, as they say in Spanish, lo siento, which means I'm sorry, we're going to run a 3-minute ad. I'm going to do the dishes. I'm going to process the dishes. And during that time, we're going to play a game of words on stream. So if you're also not a subscriber and you want to, like, go watch on YouTube, this is my pitch to please go subscribe on the YouTube channel, because it is available for you and you can hear me talk during the ad break time. Okay, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad. We're gonna play a game of words on stream. Here comes the game of words on stream. 3, 2, 1. Lo Mac, welcome. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Go follow on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, now, this is the part where I load everything that I can into the dishwasher, and we find out what's left, which should not be very much, because most of my stuff is dishwasher friendly. Pretty much everything, except the plastic bowls, etc. So, I'm going to go ahead and process these. I don't think I'm going to end up doing the dishes in this ad break, but I want to clear my counter a little bit. That's the goal here. Generally, that's the goal. Got a lot that I can put in the dishwasher now. Okay. The bigger bowl doesn't really fit in the dishwasher, so we do that by hand, unfortunately. Which is annoying, but necessary. All right.
Got one more game coming up here. Let's do as many of these dishes as possible also, if possible, during this time. I think we're out of the ad break. Oh, we're out of the ad break now. Thank you. Welcome back, y'all. If you were hanging around on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I understand that the ads are really frustrating and annoying. I understand that you probably also got one when you joined stream. So I want to acknowledge that you've gotten more ads than you signed up for today, and I'm sorry. Sorry about that. However, that also means that for the next hour, nobody joining the channel gets ads, and I'm just over here doing the dishes while we play some words on stream. So it is a good time to run them, generally speaking, and allows me to clear some of the dishes out of the sink during that time. Okay, I actually am super close to finishing the dishes, so we're gonna come over here for just a moment as I do that, because I've only got like 3 left in this dish pan, and like I really kind of just want to finish them, if I'm being real honest with you, because like it kind of sucks just leaving like 4 dishes in the dish pan. Like no one likes that. Congratulations on the completed board though. That is always lovely to see. Y'all are talented folks with regards to words on stream, and I appreciate that. I personally also love playing words on stream. I don't play it as often on the stream here because I am usually like doing the dishes, as I stated, per my previous email. Push through, exactly, and that's what we've done. We're finished. We finished all the dishes in the sink. Put stuff in the dishwasher, put stuff in the sink, and now I'm feeling good about like the next steps here. So we're gonna take a moment and get myself set up for everything that comes next. So let's do that. I want to start with my frying oil, because the frying oil takes a while to like come up to temperature, and we're gonna we can just hold it at whatever temperature I need it at. So let's start with this. We've got let's see, we've got some once used, we've got some new oil here. Yeah, that's new. And we've got some once used filtered oil here. What did I use this for? Fish. We're not going to use that for donuts. Okay. We're going to use some new oil. Hold on. Oh, I have other oil in the back here. I saved my frying oil, but I don't use it for things. Okay, fish oil is, I'm not going to use the fish oil for frying donuts. That's not a good look. So we'll get a new container of oil, and we'll use this instead. The wrong jug. It's the right one for some things. Serena, welcome in. All right. But yeah, we're doing vegetable oil. This vegetable oil? It is. Okay. The label's ripped. Couldn't tell. We're gonna do just a bunch of vegetable oil for these today. We're frying these in Dutch oven. So that should be enough oil to fry like 3 or 4 donuts at a time, I think. I'm going to turn this on and get my thermometer out. Drop that in there. We're not going to drop it. We're going to place it carefully and precisely in there. And I want my oil to be somewhere, it says around 350, which is a little bit less than deep frying. Let's see. Deep pot or skillet, vegetable oil over medium. The oil should be about 2 inches deep. That one says 2 inches. This one actually gave a temperature though, so let's look at that. Heat it to 350. 350 it is. Okay, so we're gonna go about 350 here. So oil is on and ready. Where are these going when they come off of the stove? They're gonna go onto a sheet pan. That sheet pan is going to have a wire rack over it. So let's get the wire racks out. Now they're going on here to cool. I can stack them on a different sheet. I'm imagining I can stack them on a different sheet pan after the fact. So I don't know if we'll, okay, yeah, they're just gonna go in here when I take them off and season them. These sheet pans are the ones that I think the racks fit nicely in the front of. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so we're gonna do those. I don't really give too much of a shit about these sheet pans if I'm being honest. So I'm not gonna line them. I don't really care if the oil drips onto them. I don't really care if the sugar gets on them. It's fine. All right, so these are ready to go for my post frying. When they're done, I can just pop them on there. I need cinnamon and sugar. I'm gonna put that in a bowl. So I have a big thing of cinnamon and sugar already. We'll just add that. I'll get a spoon and we'll have a little like, I'll just take like a little spoon and kind of do this over top of the donuts as they come off of there. Pretty sure I'm gonna need more cinnamon and sugar than that, but that's fine because I've got both cinnamon and sugar out on the counter. So that's good. We have that ready to go. I've got my oil is heating. I need a spider for the donuts. So I was doing at TwitchCon, we did a panel about how to incorporate cooking into your stream. And my part of that panel was talking about planning, which it will shock you to know is my favorite part about doing cooking streams. This is when I'm talking about planning, I was talking about doing like a vision exercise on your recipe where it's like, okay, let's back up. Where do I want my finished donuts to be? I want them to be sitting on a sheet pan, probably with a towel. Actually, no, I'm gonna put them in here. I'm gonna put them in here. I'm gonna line this with a paper towel. Before they go into this pan, where are they? Prior to that, they're on a wire rack on the stove. Right there. I want them to have cinnamon and sugar on them. There's my cinnamon and sugar. That's ready to go. When they're in the oil and I'm putting them in the oil, how am I moving them around? I'm using the spider, this thing. I also am probably going to want some type of chopstick. And I'm going to want a place to put that spider that is not my finished pan. So we're going to put that on a towel on the counter right behind me. So spider, this is a spider, by the way. This thing, spider and chopsticks on the counter on a towel. Do I need the lid to this? No, probably not, but if it catches fire, I will, so we're gonna leave the lid available. Before they go into the oil, I need a place to put them prior to that. Where am I putting them prior to that? Also on a sheet pan. I'm using one of those sheet pans, so we have to take these and put these somewhere. These are currently occupying space on the sheet pan. Let's put these in the bag. Catherine says, jealous you got to meet Morgan. I was super excited.
I was super excited. I saw her like walking in, and I was like, I usually don't like to. I'm okay. TwitchCon is one of the only places where it's super okay to like to approach someone directly and be like, "Hello, like it's nice to meet you." Like if you're IRL streaming and someone like comes up to you, it can be kind of awkward. But like in that scenario and location specifically, it's like expected and fine. And I saw her walk in, and I was like, I'm never. The one thing I've learned after going, this is my third year, is that when you see someone, don't assume you will see them again. It's a very small conference, but people disappear. Like, they go into sessions during the day, they leave the building, like, you might not see them again, so, like, say hi when you see them. That is definitely a lesson that I've learned over 3 years. And I was like, I saw her walking in, and I was like, beeline, like right to her. And she was really nice too. You remind me of Ben Stiller. I think that's a compliment to you, son. I'm going to take it as such. Which version Ben Stiller, I think, is the question that I would probably ask. If it's your son's project, couldn't he be doing this? Yeah, sure. Sure. But he was like, do you want to cook something? It's extra credit for me. And I was like, sure, no problem. I can do that. So, yeah, should he be doing it? Probably. Do I really want him like deep frying or the thing Tucson is that I'd be doing it either way. I don't want to say that I'd be like doing the whole thing. He's capable and comfortable in the kitchen. But I know that I would be doing the frying part. Because he's not deep frying things. That's not a bridge we've crossed yet. Okay, so things are going to go from shaping them. I'm going to shape them by hand here. Let's walk through this way. Shaping them. I need a scale. Got it. We're going to shape them by hand, and we're going to put them on this tray. When this tray is full, we're going to move this tray over to this counter. I'm going to deep fry them. I'm going to put them in using the chopsticks. I'm not going to time them. I'm just going to look at them. Maybe I will time them. I'll just use the timer. That's fine. Where's the timer? Timer's over here. We're going to put them in using the chopsticks. We will fry them, put them over onto this tray, put the cinnamon sugar on them directly when they come out of the oil while they're still hot and kind of melty a little bit. We'll let them cool on that tray. Once that tray is full, we'll move that tray over here. I will eventually stack them in this pan vertically, kind of end to end, on top of this paper towel. I think that's it. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to go. We washed my hands. Bella says I love my new fuzzy and warm electric blanket for my sofa. That does sound lovely. Do you have to plug it in, or is it like battery operated? I imagine plugging it in would probably be the optimal blanket version. Okay. Wash my hands. And then we're going to start rolling these. I believe I said 50, no, initially I said 25 grams, but I'm going to move over to, 30 grams. A penny a day. Hell yeah. For pennies a day, you can sponsor this cold human. All right, let's get, oh, I also want to move this camera so we can see the deep frying. I want to do that before we start frying. Temp check, where are we at? All right, we're not even up to 200 yet. So we got plenty of time.
before we need this oil, or before this oil is ready to go. And maybe I wonder if I should let's get this camera positioned before I start doing anything. That way I can just transition to it easily when I'm ready to go. So like, bear with me for a moment. Bear with me for just a moment. Do I think I'll be finished in half an hour or no? I do not think I'll be finished in half an hour. I'm about to start deep frying. I think the deep frying will go pretty quickly once it goes, but I will definitely not be finished in half an hour. Gwen, are you caught up for time? Like, are you in need of me doing pickup? I am picking him up. Yes. Not from the thing, not from school. I thought you had said that you were able to do that initially. That's why I was taking my time. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad that you can. I would have moved a lot quicker if I thought that I was doing it. I will tell you, Gwen, if you do the pickup, I'll meet you. I can meet you at the drop-off point and take over from there if that's important. If that would be helpful. Rather do the opposite. Okay, we'll see. You let me know. Okay. Anyway, what I'm reading here is I should probably just keep moving. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. All right. We are clearly coordinating child obligation times here. All right. I'm gonna bump the heat on this just a little bit. I'm gonna set a timer for 3 minutes. Just to remind myself to check this. So I turned the temperature in the oil way up just now. Okay. We're gonna do 30 gram bowls of this. A 30 gram ball. That is pretty sticky. Oh, right. I want to grease my pan here. Because I'm putting these in oil, so I don't really care if they get oil on them. I want to grease the pan, stick the pan. Kathy says, who needs a phone or text when you have Twitch chat, right? That is true. That is kind of true, not gonna lie. All right, so these are sticky, and that's fine. We're gonna go in. I think I'm gonna do roughly 30 gram balls. We're not gonna be super finicky about it. We're gonna do anywhere from like 27 to 33. Because if I get too precise with it, this will take me forever, and I don't want this to take forever. So we're gonna try to keep this rough, as it were. 41's too big. Okay. But they're sticky, but they're not overly sticky. So what I mean is, like, they're just at the level where I can shape them pretty well, I think, but they're not, like, I think I need to wet my hands. That's what I need to do. If my hands were a little bit wetter, these would not stick to them as much. Yeah. I definitely need to wet my hands a little bit. Because this dough is, yeah, this dough is like coming in pretty well. Or conversely, I could flour my hands. Let's see which one makes a bigger difference. Fellas, enjoy your look. So I'm rinsing these. I'm gonna wet my hands, and it might be that wetting them is better. No, this is flouring. I think flouring is the way to go here because these are donuts. I think adding. Okay, I'm thinking ahead here to the part where I put these wet donuts that are wet from my hands into hot oil. We're gonna flour these. That will be better. I'm gonna yeah, because now my hands have dough on them, and I don't really want that. So I'm gonna get a thing of flour out and just keep my hands a little floured here instead. I think that's the better move. And I have a container. Okay, timer just went off. I'm at 2:40. So I'm gonna set another 3-minute timer and we'll keep going. We'll keep going with that. All right, but yeah, let's see. Does that make a significant difference? 60. Okay. That seems to be a little better. And again, it's not really making too much. It's not going to make too much of a difference ultimately with the dough if I add just a little flour to the outside of it, because it's, as long as it sticks together where I join them, I think it'll be fine. And again, I need 34 kids in Calvin's class. So I need about 40 of these just for the school situation. I measured this out at 25 degrees or 25 grams. 25 grams per ball. I'm doing anywhere from like 27 to 30. So I should, between these two batches that I have going, I should have plenty. Hey, Sofluff, thank you for the shout out for Ashik. Ashik was one of the folks who I saw at TwitchCon. We actually saw each other in line on day one to get in, but was like doing some live streaming from the conference, which I was not. And I was saying earlier that I really appreciated the folks who were. Salty's on. What's Salty doing online? What is he up to? Wow. My one of the OG food and drink streamers that I watched for a long time. Moved into a new house. Good. Well, that's good. I hope. I'm always kind of hoping the best for him. He's I know he's had many evolutions, and hopefully this is a new and a good one. Yeah, dude, all the security guards. Yeah, assuming that you got a security guard who saw you doing anything, who was observing and securing anything. Maybe he'll come back to Food and Drinkland. Maybe. It's interesting. I feel like I was talking to a bunch of people at TwitchCon about doing food content, and they were saying, like, a lot of people were like, well, the barrier for me is just like getting it set up. Like gaming is so much simpler, which I don't know that I fully agree with. They were saying, well, gaming is a lot easier to like set up because it's just like through the console or whatever. Which again, I don't know that I necessarily agree that gaming is easier. Like, I don't think I could do a gaming stream right now. I mean, I know I couldn't. I know that I could not do a gaming stream right now with any sort of ease. Sheik says I literally stream with an iPad and a cup holder. Right.
Right. I think that IRL streaming, like, not for nothing, and this is not to speak negatively of IRL, but I think IRL is probably the easiest type of stream to set up because you can just do it from the phone. It's also the one that, like, if it's set up poorly, it sounds and looks awful. If you have a good computer or expensive console. Right. It's definitely you can stream right from your Xbox or something too. I know. There's a couple people I talked to who are like, yeah, I just started by hitting like the go live button on like the game when I was playing it, and like no camera, no nothing. Just started as going live from the Xbox and moved forward from there, which I thought was pretty cool. Little mini donuts.
They're like good donuts that I will like.
They're good donuts. I don't know whether you'll like them, but they're typical donuts. They have like sugar in them, and yeah, I don't know if they're more cake-like or more. I'm making. Gwen's over here harassing me to make sure I make enough. I made 3 batches. 1 batch, 1.5 batches should be enough for his class and anything else that extras that he needs. So I'm definitely making enough. Like I said this too. I was like, I want donuts as well. Ashik says that's why I had to make sure my microphone is good. Yeah, the good microphone, like good to me, when I'm watching a stream, good sound is more important than crisp, clear visuals. And maybe some of y'all who are in chat have a different opinion than that. I think visuals are obviously important, right? Like otherwise it would be a radio broadcast. But I do think that generally speaking, a lot of people are watching on their phone. And I know this because the data of who watches this stream tells me that. And I think, you know, a big high def presentation isn't going to be as impactful as like being able to hear the thing. Let's see. All right, we're at 3:20. So I'm going to turn this way down now. My timer just went off. I know from my own experience watching and consuming Twitch as a entertainment medium that I greatly prefer if someone's video is like wonky and weird, it's fine to me as long as I can hear what they're saying. If I can't hear what they're saying, or conversely, I can hear too much. Like too much is also a problem. If the mic is like picking up every single thing and it's hot, you know, it's like a hot mic and you're just hearing every little bit of audio, that's also frustrating to me. So like when I watch my own streams back, which I do very regularly, I try to like make adjustments based on my own personal like level of comfort with like my own stream. Like, hey, is this too much? And I honestly, if like being real honest, the audio levels on this stream are not quite where I want them, generally speaking. Liz, welcome. Hello. Good to see you. We're in the middle of making a big old batch of donuts here. These are Rosquillas. I'm not Spanish, and I'm gonna butcher that name, kind of no matter what. But these are miniature donuts. We're about to deep fry them. We're gonna get started with deep frying here in just a few moments. I think I'm gonna fry this first batch. I think what I'm gonna do is put this dough into the refrigerator. Maybe I continue rolling. You know what?
I think, sorry, I'm talking this through to myself, obviously here. I think I'm going to continue rolling until I've got 2 trays worth of donuts. That way they can sort of rest like this too. And I can continue this sort of process that I'm doing right now, which is definitely a process. It's very like step based. So I think I want to finish. I think I want to roll because I have another tray right underneath of here that's like ready to go. I think I want to do that. I'm going to put these in the fridge. So here we have a tray of donuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24 donuts. So according to my measurement, I should be able to get another tray out of this bowl here. If roughly another tray. I might not get exactly a complete full tray out of it, but we should be able to get mostly another tray. So I'm going to put those in the fridge. We're going to get another tray's worth rolled up here. And like I said, I'm oiling this tray because I don't think that it will make too much of a difference. Okay, I'm checking my oil temperature too. I'm at 320. So I'm at a good temperature. I can bump that and it'll be hot like to where I want it to be. So I want it to be around 350. That's the goal. So I'm going to put a little bit of flour just on this in general. This dough ball, it's kind of sticky. Okay, so we're moving along here. About 30, anywhere from 27 to 33 grams per donut, and we're just making them like this. This is what will dinner be tonight. I don't know. Again, I'm not. I didn't do a lot of meal planning this week. I did a lot of like, what am I cooking? But what I was cooking was not anything dinner related. So I don't really know what dinner's going to be tonight. Probably something else from the freezer. Last night, Gwen and I had soup, and Calvin had a leftover sandwich from the night before. Tonight will probably potentially be dip dinner. We'll see. Which I'm sure he'd be happy with. He is going to be coming in hot from having been to after school practice, then karate. So he's gonna come in telling me he's not at all hungry, but that he's angry at everything. Which I believe we lovingly refer to as hangry. He will definitely be hangry when he gets home. So the goal will be certainly to have something ready when he arrives, which will not be until 7 p.m. So we have some time. It's been a little bit since we did dip dinner, so I think that's probably where my head's at today. I struggle with the I always want to just order something because it's easy, but you can't order that. You can't really like order food that often. Like, it's just not feasible to do. So I always want to kind of start with what can I pull out of the freezer, which last night was just soup. When I proposed the idea of soup last night to Calvin, he was like, not thrilled. And Gwen didn't really like the soup that I pulled out, so it was kind of like, okay, we got to try better. We got to do better today. Temp check on the oil. I'm at 3. Okay, I dropped a little bit, which is good. I'd rather go down just a touch than be way over. But we're cruising in here. This is pretty good. I'm happy with how these are forming up. They're coming together nicely. They're a little sticky. The dough is a little sticky, but that's okay. I'm keeping my hands kind of lightly floured. And I think the fact that they're sticky will help in the long run by holding them together where I've like tried to join them with my fingers. So the soup that I pulled out last night was the chicken, kale, potato, carrot, onion thing that I made recently, and it had rice in it too. I loved it. I thought it was really good. I might eat that for dinner tonight because I had enough. I made enough for Gwen and I didn't have a second. I thought I was going to have a second bowl and I didn't. And I thought Gwen was going to want a little bit more than she did, and she didn't. So there's still a little left in there. So we'll see. I haven't thought about dinner quite yet, but it is getting to the time that I'm considering it. All right, we're almost finished with this first batch of dough, which is great. I think once I'm finished this first batch, I will maybe start the frying process, or conversely, I might just roll this second batch right now because then I can just fry. The more I'm talking about it, the more that's where my head is at, because I'm finishing this batch and I'm like, you know, I ought to just keep going, and I think it will, which means I just need to get out another tray here and put some parchment on that. But the second batch, this batch over here, is a half. This was 2 batches. This was a double. This is only a single. So I should only get 1 tray worth of dough out of this second bowl here. Liz, it's an extra credit for school. So this isn't a requirement for his project, but it is extra credit. And he was like, hey, can you like make some food for my class? And I like, you know, if you ask me to like make a food, I'm happy to do this. Is he supposed to make them? That was not necessarily part of the requirement, no. And I don't really care. I don't like need him to do that. That's not a whatever. I like to cook, so I don't really care. Where does his credit in this? Well, he found the recipe, so he confirmed what I was making. I think it was like, I don't know, it's like 5 points of extra credit or something. It's not like a meaningful part of the project. So there's that. Had to show proof that we helped make it. Well, he didn't share that was a requirement, so you know. Rolling them out could be fun for him. I think he would probably do well with it. It's not so tedious that it's difficult. You know, it's like this is like just the right amount of easy, I would say. But the other factor is that I didn't want to do these later tonight. Like I didn't want him to like get home from karate and then have to like help me with this. Like obviously this takes a little bit of time. So I think for my own part, it's a little bit of like self-preservation too, where I'm like, I'll just make these during the day while you're like at school doing the many other activities that you engage in, and you know, you can just take them with you. It's fine. Yeah, well, that was my exact response. Like, make food? Yeah, you got it. He also asked for a snack for his class. They're supposed to bring in like a snack for Halloween or something. And I was like, maybe that's something we just buy at the store. Like making food for your class twice in the same month. I don't know if I'm down for that. We're good. But thank you for asking. This makes me think of the Donut King stream. If you all are familiar, there's a guy who makes donuts on stream. Donut King. Who does like, you know, like that's the stream. It's just like overnight making donuts. Channeling my Donut King.
Liz, you are correct. That is a great idea, actually, because that is super easy to make in bulk, and it covers something that I need to do anyway. Good point. Good point. And it gives me another opportunity to test that caramel corn recipe in with the way that I was going with it, to make it a little bit more my own, so I can pitch it as a recipe somewhere. That would definitely work. What could I call it instead of caramel corn? Call it like Spooky Pops or something. I don't know. Monster Munch, get out. Okay, everyone else has to contribute to the good ideas today. Liz can't be the only one. That's a great idea. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Yeah. I went to this is an aside, but it's a harrowing story of me eating a pastry. I stopped at a place that had these pastries. They were like ube, blackberry, whatever. And I didn't really look at them before I started eating them. And they had a fucking plastic spider on the top of them. And I almost swallowed it. One of those like spider rings. And I was like, I panicked. I thought I was dying. Monster Munch is a trail mix or something. Yeah, probably. Probably. It sounds like that idea has been had at least once before, but not by me. And now it's definitely on my radar. All right, let me wash my hands here real quick before teeing up this next tray. We gotta clean my hands off. This is why I wanted to do this as a process all at once. So I only have to clean my hands once. Okay, one more tray. Where's my oil at? Oh, my oil just dropped in temperature. So I need to find a better medium for that. But this tray should be ample space for the rest of these donuts. Megan, good to see you. Welcome in. I hope your travels home were safe this weekend or Monday, whenever it was you were traveling. Yes, Megan was another food and drink streamer that I met IRL at TwitchCon this past weekend. And I gotta say, Megan, you were really genuinely nice and kind, and I appreciated how enthusiastic you were. I saw Mega throughout the weekend, all over the floor, like, talking to people at all the different meetups, and it seemed to me like you got a good bit out of going to the conference, and I hope that that's true. But for me, it was genuinely nice, like, actually meeting you in real life. It's like always lovely to like meet someone from the internet that like you think is nice and kind, and then like they prove that they are. Like oh, turns out this person's not a secret jerk. Liz, no, you're not adding. That's not adding to the list at all. I mean, it is, but like it's not, because like you're right. Damn it, the fucking battery on my scale is dead. I'm like, why does it keep going off? Well, it needs batteries. 1 second. To blow the flap, you notice? All right. Okay. Those are in. Those are in. Now it should just work now. Ooh, it seems a little snappier than it was before.
which is good. All right. I turned that way up, and then I stopped like looking at it. So let me set another timer here in case I forget. That at least I'll remember to like turn around and turn the timer off, and then hopefully I'll remember to like check the temperature of the oil. Now is when I want the oil to actually like get up to 350, because I'm about to start wanting to fry things, and I want to do that at the right temperature. All right, but what was that, 48 donuts? I'll have to look at that tray. I don't know how many I had on that last tray. I feel like I had more on the second tray than I did on the first, but I don't think so. I might have added like a second row or an additional row somehow. Anyway, I'm ending up doing each of these donuts at roughly about 33 grams. I'd measured them out at 25, and I knew I had plenty. I had way more than I needed at 25, so I sort of mentally upped that to 30 in my head, and functionally I just like been picking off pieces that ended up being about 33 grams. So I'm hopeful that we have the right amount. I'm probably going to send Calvin to school with about 45 of these or so, like enough that every kid can have at least one, and then he has a couple extra for like the teachers. I'm not trying to give every kid like 3 or 4 donuts. That's a bit much, I think. I think one is probably plenty. And if he ends up having a couple extras for the teachers and they like them, he was very specific. So one teacher that he has has been very enthusiastic about the cookies. This is now, she's now gotten cookies two months in a row. So she got the pecan ones, and then she got the most recent ones. And she, you know, it's kind of funny. This is why you give the teacher cookies. I picked him up from school early the last time we went camping, which you're not really supposed to do, but we were going somewhere that was like 3.5 hours away. And I was like, we got to get there before dark. Anyway, he was in her class that afternoon. She had like the last period of the day was her class that I was like, he was leaving early from. And he was like, he asked her, he's like, is it okay if I like leave early? You know, like basically just like whatever, letting her know, but also like trying to clear the air. And she was like, oh, it's totally fine. Like, just write me a little essay on, write me a little paragraph about how you know, what you loved about going on the trip, and it's all good. And I was like, that's why you give cookies to the teacher. That's why you do it. Because then they tell you it's okay to leave early. Check the oil temp. Oil temp is climbing. Okay, by the time I'm finished rolling these, it'll be at the right temperature. And then we finish rolling. Okay, bye.
Water bottle.
Okay. Can I get you one? I can get you one in like 2 donuts. I mean, I can get you a bottle. Do you want me to fill it too? Yeah. There you go. All right. Last 2 here. I don't know how much this one weighs, but there's not enough for more. All right. We're done rolling all of the donuts. Let me wash my hands.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Text me. I'll have my phone out. Okay, Well, Max says, I enjoyed the Blu-ray coconut pecan cookies. I am glad that you did. I did too. They were, they continued to be a favorite. Like when I made them the first time and I sent them out, a lot of people were like, these are amazing, they're really good. And Lisa, our helper slash friend at the post office, had said that they were her favorite cookies. And I was a little nervous to make them a second time. One, because it set the precedent that I'm going to make something twice. Two, I was like, maybe they were just like, you know, good that one time for some reason, but I actually liked them just as much the second time, so I was pretty happy. Woman says, if you give a teacher a cookie, they'll ask for an essay. Yeah, I'd rather them ask for an essay than give a demerit for not for like leaving class early. That was my calculus. My calculation was like, I bet you that if I'm nice to these folks, that's the type of thing I can do, is like, you know, once or twice a year pick him up early on a Friday without like getting dinged for being absent or something. Which is objective achieved. Troy, welcome in. Happy Wednesday indeed. Happy Wednesday. We're having a good one. I'm about to start some deep frying here, which should be exciting and terrifying. Okay. We are good to go. Oil is at 320, so I'm going to bump that just a little bit. And we're going to get these donuts. First off, let's count how many donuts I have teed up and ready to go. Okay, oil is going well. Which one did I put in here first? This one, the tray on the second, the middle tray. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 48. 48, 49, 50, 51, 54, 57, 59. I have 59 donuts. I need 34. 34. So we have plenty of donuts. I have no idea how long these will take to fry. So we're gonna just like start with one. I'm gonna start with one and see how long that one takes. And then we'll start with another. 25 you can drop off. Yeah. Well, Gwen, my partner, just left and was like, you're making extra of these, right? Yes, definitely making extra. I'm probably going to send about 40 of those to school and we'll eat the rest of them. Yeah, we'll eat the rest of them. So I will have to figure out how to package these. I'm kind of hoping that they are... I'm kind of hoping they're easy to package. I'm hoping I can put them in these little containers. I'm thinking I have a bunch of these containers, these like to-go containers, and I'm hoping they can sit vertically like 2 by 2 in here, and I can just send like 3 or 4 of these containers with a paper towel with like the lid on them, so that they sit nicely in a bag. That's my goal. I do want them to completely dry and cool down before I package anything though, because otherwise they're going to end up being sweaty and wet, and that's less than ideal. Okay, so oil is at 340 and climbing. We're gonna come over to here. So I'm moving. I'm getting things ready on the counter here so that I can show you what's happening and also do that safely. I want to note for everyone who's watching that, as per usual, I have a fire extinguisher available. What safety precautions have I taken today? I have a fire extinguisher available. It's under the sink. It's right here, and I can confirm that it is charged. I have a prepared hero fire blanket ready to go. You just yank the thing and it comes out, and I can just throw it over the stove if fire happens to break out. We're going to get that out. I'm going to put that on the counter. And if things start bubbling over, I can always turn it off and put the lid on, which is right behind it. So I just want to like be super clear. I'm prepared should we run into any unexpected donut frying situation. Okay, we're gonna come over to the stove though. Should be ready to go. That is a weird temperature. Let's turn that down a little bit. So the color temperature of this camera changes based on like where it is, based on the light around it. So it's always a little off. Okay, but let's like, oh yeah, these look great. Okay, donut number 1 going in. And we're gonna just start a count up timer. Start a count up timer. Yeah, my oil temperature is at 350. So this is pretty good. I'm literally just gonna do 1 donut to start out with and to see what that looks like, how long that takes. Troy, I am using vegetable oil for this. So this has disconnected from the bottom and is floating now, which is great. That's what I want. And ultimately, I believe I want this to be like a golden brown all over. So I'm pretty sure I can cook like 5 or 6 of these in here at once. I don't think that that's going to be an issue. Turn golden brown, it says. Golden brown is what I'm looking for. So golden brown on both sides. And this definitely puffed a little bit. So the other thing that I was looking for here is how much this bubbles when I drop them in. Because I know with like a fish, right? Like when I deep fry fish, I can't put too much in here because it'll bubble a ton. Now these don't have a lot of moisture in them in terms of the raw ingredients. I mean, they have olive oil in them, but that's oil, and egg. So mostly what is bubbling out of here is egg. Now this looks pretty good, I would say. So we're going to take that and put it on our tray here and just do a little bit of cinnamon and sugar on one side, flip it, a little bit of cinnamon and sugar on the other side. And now I'm going to take this, we're going to pause for a second. We're gonna let our oil come down in temperature for just a second. And I'm gonna take this donut over to the counter here. And we're gonna crack this one open and see if it's cooked all the way through and if it's, I can't change the flavor of it. So if they don't like the flavor, it's fine. We're gonna take this over to the counter and like, just give this a try. Now, it just came out of the oil. Also, my oil is a little bit hot. I'm at 370 right now. So I'm turning that down because I definitely want that to come down a little bit. But let's see, what is our consistency like? Well, it's definitely cooked all the way through. It's hot, I'll tell you that. Cooked all the way through. We have, perhaps we can focus. There we go. That is a cross section. Golden brown, cooked all the way through. Hot enough to hold in my hand, but only by my fingernails. That is tasty. Fellas, the anise is really not even much of a factor here at all. Those are not going to taste like that when they have them in the classroom. The crispiness will probably be mostly gone. But these are like a cake donut. Yeah, they're definitely like a cake donut. We've got a little bit of like cakey interior, and they're pretty solid. They puffed when I put them in oil. They like puffed and rounded really nicely, which I kind of love. Low-key disrespectful, so donut, not give it to me. That's valid. I'm sorry. Now we have 58 donuts. Okay, but that's good. So these don't take very long to cook. The other thing I took away from that is these don't take very much time at all. Lesson number 2 I took away from that, I'm glad I put the dough in the fridge because it was very wet and moist when I was like working with it. But now that it was in the fridge, it's a little easier to take like and take off the tray. Could have had 57. I could have. If we were doing these for Cookie Club, you'd probably get 3 of them. Just saying. I don't know that they would work very well for Cookie Club though, if I'm being real honest. Okay. Let's get this moving. Where did I just put my chopsticks? I just sat them down. Where did I put them? I put them in the sink, of course. Okay, let's just get another pair. I don't know if these would work for Cookie Club. I think that they would probably end up being a little too soft in their packaging. Okay, but let's drop a couple more of these in. I'm gonna put like 4 of these in here. So since I started the timer, I'm actually gonna put 5 of them in here. I think that's the right amount. We do 5 at a time. Since I started the timer on the last batch, it's only been 6.5 minutes. So these really don't take all that much time to cook. And I want to keep them, what I'm doing right now is just plucking them off the bottom, because until they start to float, they'll sit on the bottom and burn a little bit, which I don't love. Okay, oil is exactly 350 right now. So that's like the perfect, what the first recipe I had said is the perfect temperature. And I'm going to go ahead and like trust my gut here when I take these out, because I think that the timing is not as important as the color. I think that last one was pretty good. And maybe I should put these in, you know what I think I would prefer to do? I think I'm going to put these in one of these little trays. I'm just going to put them, I'm going to drop them in here and like turn them over. I'm going to drop them from the pan into this tray with the cinnamon and sugar, and just turn them over with a chopstick and get them cinnamon and sugared that way. Oh, this is like, I don't know if the sound of this is coming through at all, but the bubbling is quite pleasant. All right, this one looks about done. Yeah, the ones in the pictures that I had like some cracks in them. So I think that once they start getting these like little cracks, that probably means that they're done as well. Actually, you know what I want to do? Hold on. I want to put these in a bowl. Put these in a bowl with the cinnamon and sugar. That way I can toss them. That way I can sort of like just give them a little toss in here. That would be better. So into the bowl. One, two. Yeah, these are pretty sturdy. I was worried about the like sturdiness of them. I think these are fine. And then I can just take them out of the bowl right like this. And that way I'm also not like wasting a bunch of cinnamon and sugar by dumping them on the tray and trying to coat them like that. They'll get coated more with less waste. Beautiful. And they're not, this one doesn't really look like a donut per se. Some of them kind of just like sealed up in the middle, and that's fine too. All right. These look great. They look rustic, as people would say, and that's good. We like rustic. It's fine. All right, let's do a couple more. I think I can just drop these in by hand. I don't need the. They don't sputter up as much as like deep fried fish or that kind of thing. So I'm not worried about the splash when I put them in by hand. And let's do a sixth one in there. Make sure they don't start touching each other down on the bottom. Get away, get away. Separate. I think what I need to do with these is, if I want them to look like donuts, I need to like put my finger through the little middle hole and widen that a bit, because I think that it's when they puff up, they're starting to puff onto and they kind of they puff into the center. So I think if I want them to look more donutty, I need to intentionally make them more donutty. But they're looking good generally, like color wise. I'm pretty happy with the first couple that have come out here. And my oil is way down, so these are going to take a little longer to cook. I think I need to keep the oil. I haven't found the exact consistent temperature for this oil yet, but not consistent temperature. I know what the temperature I want it to be at is 350. It hasn't maintained 350 as easily, and that's okay. Hey, thanks chatbot. It's a good time to mention that if you're lurking and you're not currently following the channel, that if you're the type of person like I am who doesn't love a lot of big alerts and noise and fanfare, that chats or nothing will happen if you hit the follow button. There's no alerts, there's no sounds. I won't even say hi to you unless you have said hi in chat first. So if you're lurking, you are appreciated whether or not you're following. But if you are lurking and you're not currently following, I would appreciate it if you hit the follow button and nothing will happen. You will just get to follow and come back later. So just a little housekeeping note on that. All right, these are almost there. Took a little bit longer than the first batch, but we're getting there. I'm dunking them a little bit with my spider here, just to kind of completely immerse them. But they're frying up really nicely. And like I said, the next round, I'm gonna widen the hole, the center hole on here, so that they cook up looking more like donuts. Like some of these, this looks like a donut, right? But like this one sort of doesn't. Yes, we are dunking. We are not dunking. No trademark infringement here, y'all. Yeah, this one that I'm dunking right now, like split open. So I'm kind of making sure that it browns on the part that it's split. All right, this one looks good. Ready to go. This one also looks good. Come here. Deep frying is genuinely like a really easy thing to do. Once you've got like the process started, it is such a simple way to cook things. I could double fry these, but I've already covered them in sugar, so we're not going to do it. One of the recommendations was that double frying them helps with their oil absorption, or not absorbing oil. But I'm not too concerned with that, if I'm being honest. We're tossing these. And putting them on the tray. Once this tray is starting to get full, we will migrate them to the counter.
If you are too demanding or too greedy,
I think.
your mind is not rich and self-sufficient.
Yeah, my cinnamon and sugar is now like clumpy, a little clumpy in here.
You'll end up violating
So
your own
we're gonna, these donuts do not have as much covering on them. So I'm gonna go ahead and just dump a little more cinnamon and sugar in this bowl. I'm actually gonna take these donuts out because these are two that I don't think I'm gonna put in my final batch anyway. So let this oil come back up to temperature. It's getting there. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. We're gonna make some more cinnamon and sugar mix here before we move to the next step.
This is also the real secret of the arts. Always be a beginner. Be
Carly,
very
hello.
careful about this point.
Good to see you. Welcome in. Dorkable says, I'd argue Dunkin' has already lost their trademark. Well, they moved to being just Dunkin' now, right? It was donuts, but thanks to Dunkin' Donuts, it's drifted to just donuts. So just like escalator went from a trade name to a generic word, Dunkin' Donuts has also lost their trademark. I kind of agree with you. I think they recently changed their like corporate branding to Dunkin', period. Yeah, see also Xerox, Q-tip, Kleenex Q-tips, Saran wrap. Would also all fall under those similar categories, I believe. Okay, this looks good. Move that back over here. Oil is at 350. Doing good. Let me see. Good, good, good. Okay, we should be good to keep frying for just a sec, or a few more minutes here. Okay, in a minute, my tray is going to be full. So before I drop any more donuts in here, let's move these, move what I have, and kind of consolidate towards the back here. There we go. Tatsu, hello, making Rosquillas. We are. That is correct. All right, I'm at 350. So I'm gonna bump my heat on my stove because I'm about to drop a bunch of cold dough into here. And like I said, I'm gonna kind of elongate. I'm gonna make these more, make the hole in here a little bigger so that they end up looking more like donuts and less like donut holes. Which is good. This dough is quite pliable at this point and is holding together really nicely as I am like manipulating it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5. And maybe I can drop a 6th one in there. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Okay. Now, hopefully, like I said, I want these to look slightly more like donuts if possible. But if not, I don't really care that much because I know that they'll taste fine. It really is more about the taste. Like, ultimately, like, yes, we eat with our eyes, but that's not where we finish. And let's not take that example any farther than the consumptive aspect of food, please. Because yes, I know it all finishes farther along, but that's not what I'm talking about here, and you know it. These are looking good. These are looking quite nice here. Yeah, see, the oil is at the right temperature for that one. And I think maybe if I leave it right there, need to stretch out the dough more. Yeah, they're looking a little chunk. They're very thick. They're not they puffed a ton when I put them in here. So I definitely need to like make the dough a little bit more elongated. They have aniseed extract in them, and then I'm covering them. These ones are finished up here. These have cinnamon and sugar on the outside of them. I figured the cinnamon sugar would probably be a little bit better than powdered sugar. These are for a classroom of 5th graders, so they're I was thinking also about like getting powdered sugar everywhere and how that's probably not ideal. All right, this one, these are starting to look pretty good. We'll put those, get a couple of these in, and we'll shake them off. Are you saying children are not neat and clean eaters? Yes, I am just saying that directly. I'm saying that if I put powdered sugar on these, I am reasonably certain that it will end up all over their clothing and the floor. And while I'm not going to be there to confirm that, I am keenly aware that they're The teachers probably are not interested in having that happen. So there's lots of things that you can cover them with. I'm choosing to cover them with the thing that is probably the easiest to wipe off of surfaces. All right, check my oil temp. I'm at 355, so this is good. I have a good, like, I think I hit a good spot here of temperature. So when I hit a good spot for my stove, my flame level. That's the word I'm looking for. My heat. My heat. So we're gonna take the last. We got 6 more here, and like was just kind of mentioned, we're gonna elongate these a little bit more before dropping them in, so that they have a little bit more space on the inside. That last round looked better, and I think I can go even further than that. Like I was a little tentative on how much to open them up, but seeing how much how easy it is to kind of stretch them. The dough is pretty elastic and quite forgiving as I'm like pulling it apart here. So I think I can pull these a little bit further than I thought I could initially. And I think I'm probably shaping them this way at first would have been better, but it's fine. We're learning, and that's okay. That is part of it. Troy says, ridiculous question, Lou. Not a ridiculous question. What do you do with the oil? Hold on. What do you do with the oil when it's done? Honestly, one of the reasons I don't fry, because I don't know what to do with the oil after. Well, Troy, that is a reasonable, very reasonable question. You have options. Option 1, throw it out. That is probably the worst option. The most wasteful and most expensive option. Option 2, which is what I do, is I take the oil and I let it cool on the stove for a while, usually overnight, or at least for like a few hours, because it is hot, it's very hot, and it stays very hot for a while. I will let it cool, and then I filter it. I filter it through a coffee filter, which takes a while, but it removes all of the solids. It does not remove all of the flavor from it. So I usually have 1 or 2, occasionally, right now I have 3 different oils that are just in jugs. I date them, as in I put the date on them, not I take them to dinner. I label what I fried in them. So for example, this is new oil that I'm using today, so I will label these donuts, and then I will store them. So I do that with fish. So I have an oil that I've used for fish before. So Kathy, to answer your question, yes, I would do that for like a fish or a product like that. I don't. I usually use them twice. Like that's kind of my, like I'll use that fish one a second time. And it depends on also, oh, that one looks lovely. It depends how long between fries. Like if I have used a fish one and then it is like super old, I may decide not to use it again. But the last one, right, the one that I have, I pulled it out earlier for this stream and I was like, what did I fry in this oil? And I realized it was fish, and I was like, okay, no, I'm not going to fry donuts in something that is going to end up tasting like fish. But I'll use that one again. You know, as long as I fry fish within the next like couple months, I'll use it again. And I think, you know, if you go to somewhere commercial, they're using oil, many fries in a row, obviously. You know, they're not like changing oil out all the time. So I generally am fine, like I'm generally fine just using it again. I try to separate out between like this was used for a dough like a donut versus a meat like a fish. So generally, Troy, yeah, I mean, generally that's how I end up using them. I think if I was to fry more, if I will tell you, like, just definitively, if I was to fry more often, I would use it more. I would do more. I would definitely use it multiple times. But part of it too is like, I don't fry that often. So, you know, the oil does get old and I don't want it to get rancid, which takes a little while, but it's, you know, and let me be abundantly clear here that I am just telling you what I do. I am not making a recommendation. I think for health and safety purposes, if you wanted me to like make a recommendation, my recommendation would be to use different oil every time, because that is probably the only way you're going to guarantee to not have anything rancid or bad. But I am a home cook and I don't want to buy a bunch of new oil every time. That seems like a lot to me. So I use it at least twice myself. Now, again, I'm using new oil today for this batch. So at the end of this, I'll let it cool, I'll filter it, and we will, you know, I'll store it in the bottle that I put it to. Kanara would probably say to toss it. Maybe. But, you know, one of the things that we were talking about, you know, she was basically, her advice, which I heard very firsthand to streamers when they are doing cooking streams, is like, you know, you're doing what you're going to do. This is your own kitchen. As long as you don't say that you are an expert on something, which I'm saying super clearly that I'm not. As long as you don't say like, I am a certified blah, 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 and here is my, you know, here is a definitive answer, you know, you're going to do what you're going to do. And, you know, the example came up around eating cookie dough, like raw cookie dough, which lots of people do, right? Like lots of people do that. It's definitely a thing. And are you supposed to do that according to like health and safety? No, you're not. Do people do it? Of course they do. So that's Kanara's answer very directly was don't make recommendations and tell people what to do. You can tell them what you do, but don't say that you're an expert in it, and don't say that what you do is right, which I'm not. I'm saying what I do is I use the oil once, I filter it through a coffee filter, I store it, and then I'll use it again if it makes sense to do so. Okay, so we're gonna keep moving here. The oil solidifier is really fascinating. I've never used that before. I've seen it and it looks really interesting to me, if I'm being real honest. I kind of would love to use it. If you don't know what Troy's talking about, it's this thing that like you pour into the oil and you let it cool and it turns it into basically like a gelatin, like a really solid gelatin, and you just dump it into the trash can. Sweet Spot, welcome. Yes. Yeah, I reuse my oil as well. Yeah, and like that's the thing. I'm using like a half a gallon of oil here. Like I'm not trying to I'm frying some donuts in this. Like I'm gonna filter it and I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna fry like apple fritters in it, like in a month or two. Like, you know, I'm sure there's a world in which that is recommended to definitely not do, and there's probably clear, precise scientific reasons for not doing that, right? But like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing that because I don't want to throw out that much oil. I don't want to like have to buy all that oil again. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 and 6. Apple fritters. It is apple season here in the mid-Atlantic. If you all are on Instagram or Facebook, perhaps you've gotten 10,000 ads for the places that offer apple picking. The act of apple picking itself, I do not enjoy, but I do love going to the orchards during apple season and getting a variety of different apples. That is fun. The actual picking the apples, I can do. That's not. I'm all set. I don't need to get out there and do it myself. I have, and it's fun. It can be fun. All right, another round in here. No, they definitely don't use it once and dump it out. They filter it. Yeah, and I mean, you know, they do replace it more regularly, but, you know, you're frying stuff in it all day. It's getting used all day. Now, I think the difference, what I'm talking about is, like, sure, I could just if this was a bigger, much bigger pot, and it was deep frying in it for hours and hours, like, you know, I would certainly use it all day. I wouldn't stop in the middle and swap it out. But also, I don't, you know, they don't filter it and then let it sit on the shelf for like 3 months between uses. So that's sort of what I was saying, where, like, you know, if I had oil that was like that I pulled out of the cabinet and it was a year old and I made fish with it, I probably wouldn't use it. Yeah, apple cider donuts, Troy. Those are huge. I was talking about them earlier. The Rittenhouse Farmers Market has a vendor that does apple cider donuts on Saturday mornings, and they are amazing. They're so good. And they're fresh. They like fry them. They sugar them, and they hand them to you, and they're still warm from the machine, and it's kind of the best. They're there. I don't know if they're there yet. I know that they're usually there in the fall. I mean, the vendor is there all the time. They're there year round because it's a year round market. But I don't know if they're doing the donuts yet this season. I imagine they are. It's like mid-October. Despite the fact that it's like friggin' 25 degrees Celsius outside, you know? It's still fall according to the calendar. So, you know, enjoy. All right. This oil is at 340. I'm going to turn this up just a little bit so it gets just hot enough for my next round. I'm going to start dumping donuts in here. And regarding the safety and all of the kind of the discussion we're having, I do want to reiterate that, like, I am not a health and safety expert in the kitchen. I am a home cook, and I'm not certified in any of this. So, like, take my advice with any grains of salt that you want. I am also not even going to call it advice. I'm just saying this is what I do in my house. So, for what it's worth, there it is. Chilly fall. Hope it doesn't mean a wicked winter. It has been relatively cool, or relatively warm where I am. We've had some days that have been cold, I would say, but like they've warmed up pretty quickly, which, you know, I think today is one of the first days, like start to finish, that I would not have worn a t-shirt outside all day. I get cold super easily, so like I don't really wear a t-shirt outside very much in general. It's got to be like 25 or more for me to wear a t-shirt outside. For those of y'all who are new to the stream, I also enjoy using the metric system and prefer it, and will give my temperatures in metric where applicable. So just a heads up, if that is frustrating to you, imagine the rest of the world's experience traveling to the US and extrapolate from there. Here we go. Yes, that's right. Metric. Get on board. As Troy, I went to the neighborhood today to work out in a t-shirt and shorts and regretted that choice. Oh, I have to turn around to see it on my screen. Oh, I love to see it. Look at all those lovely metrics. I went to drop my kid off at the bus stop this morning and was wearing a t-shirt, a hooded sweatshirt, and a jacket. I get cold very easily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and last in. And we're opening these donuts up a little bit more. Ooh, got a little bubblier than the previous batches. Been frying for 38 total minutes at this point. Been doing pretty good. Troy, I agree with you. Metric is a lot easier for many things, not just dieting, but like if you are trying to monitor your macros or what you eat in some capacity, it definitely makes it easier. I'm very familiar. There's a long time weigher of my food, which I didn't find ultimately to be healthy for me. Yes, these are looking great though. The ones that are on the tray right now are pretty consistent looking too. I'm happy with how they are. I'm happy with what they look like. They look like donuts. That's the thing. Okay. I think putting 3 of these in here at once is a good move. All right. We're looking nice here. I'm very happy with these in general. Let me take a photo of my stove here. I never get photos of things like in progress. Like it's funny because like I'm live streaming it, but I don't, if I'm cooking and I'm not streaming, I take a lot of like progress shots, but I don't while I'm streaming because I'm busy like looking at other stuff, which is kind of funny. These look great though. What's my temp at? But yeah, these are, I'm like, dude, these aren't cooking as fast, but they're not because the temperature's way down. I think just keeping my stove, the thing is that if I pause between adding rounds of dough into this pot, the temperature spikes. And then I get worried and I turn it way down and it doesn't come back up as well. It really is about like consistently having something in here frying. It's like important. Shockingly enough, consistency is important to a consistent temperature. You'll never guess. Oh my. All right. And this one looks about ready. Just kind of let it drain for a second. And I'll sit in the sugar. This one also looks about ready. Yeah, these look really pretty. I'm very happy with how these are turning out. I don't know if this is how they are supposed to turn out or if this is their like, I'm sure that they're a little different than what someone would make who has, culturally made these before. But as far as like donuts go, they look great. And the one that I had tasted really good. So I was happy with the taste. They were not overly anise flavored, so not like super licoricey, which I think will be nice. I think the kids will appreciate that a bit. or they won't. Whatever. They won't know that they're a lighter flavor than I think maybe they're intended to be. But that's okay. They look good. I'm pretty happy with them. All right, this is still, my oil is a little low in terms of temp, so I'm gonna let that one heat up for like a minute or two as I really want them to be like the right temperature there. Okay, and these are coming along. I think as I toss them in the cinnamon and sugar, the cinnamon and sugar obviously gets a little wet. So some of these are less coated than the other ones. I think what I need to do, so I bumped the temp on that. I'm gonna come back over here to the counter for just a moment and add a little bit more cinnamon and sugar to this bowl. Not because I think I need more for the rest of the donuts, but I want it to get I want this to dry out a little bit. And then I am going to go back for the last couple to like spooning the cinnamon and sugar on there to see if that makes a big enough difference. I'm not doing any sort of like ratio with this either, by the way. I'm just kind of like eyeballing it. There we go. Okay, that looks good. Now these donuts on the counter here have been sitting here cooling for some time. They are about ready, I would say. I have 12 donuts left on the tray, on this tray, so 12 left to go. So basically I have 2 more batches in the Dutch oven from this tray. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 11. So I have four total batches left to fry. So we're getting it. We're doing really well in terms of the like timing here. I'm very happy with how these have come out so far, and I think I should be able. Let me wash. Okay, I'm waiting for that oil to come right back off to 350. I actually want it to be at about 360 when I drop those in, so that I can put when I put all of them in, it only drops to like 340. I'm gonna wash my hands and I'm gonna rearrange these donuts on the tray because I think I can fit all of my donuts on these 2 cooling trays, which would be kind of amazing. Because then I can just let them sit on the tray and cool instead of like packaging them in here. Ultimately, I want to be able to put them in package, like I want to package them up. So I'm gonna kind of rearrange them a little bit, and I think I can fit all of them. Yeah, these are pretty firm too, which is nice. I mean, it means I've fried them. They're solid, pretty solid. They're not overly cooked though. They're not firm. I'm pulling them out before they've hit that burning stage, and I have deep fried enough to kind of know when they've hit burnt, what that looks and feels like. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. That's a whole tray of donuts right there. That is a thing of beauty. Okay, we should be good on our oil temperature, and we're at about 350. About 350. Okay, let's get over here, and I'll just get some of these donuts ready to go. We'll kind of open them up a little bit. Tatsu, they are calling for something. I would definitely love a hot, warm, brown beverage with those. Or like a hot apple cider, even. Tina, you made the blueberry coconut pecan cookies? Amazing! That's great. Thank you for letting me know. That's super cool. What was your occasion? I mean, was there an occasion, or was it just like the occasion is the occasion of I wanted cookies is always a good one. That one happens regularly. I'm glad that you made them. That's really cool. They were a weird recipe because like it at first glance it's not necessarily a recipe I would kind of gravitate toward because of the way that it was written, but I, having gone out on the limb and made them once already, when I made them the second time I was like, all right, these are fine. That's super cool. Sita is talking about the Cookie Club cookies from last month as well as like a year and a half ago, I would say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we are good to go. Oil's at 360. Let's just drop a bunch of these in. 1, 2. Ow, that hit my hand. 3, 4, 5, and 6. I kind of like when there's a bunch of bubbles in there, honestly, because they end up getting off the bottom sooner. I think I can just, while I'm waiting for these to cook, I'm gonna go ahead and like shape these last couple, and then I'm gonna get that other tray out and just start doing the same so I can sort of save some time between batches here, because I shaped these a little bit too narrowly, but it's okay actually. As these are like, as I'm pulling them apart and they're kind of cracking a little bit, that cracking is sort of nice because it's making a lot of like little textural bits around the donut, which is kind of fun. I don't know how it's going to translate taste wise, but I feel like they were pretty, some of them have these like little ears on them as I'm pulling them out, like elephant ear type of things. I don't know if that makes sense. Like an ear in baking is like how this thing has these little like pieces where you can see where it was connected. Like an ear, if you're baking a loaf of bread, is the little piece that curls up from the top. So that's like the terminology I'm using, which isn't exactly correct for donuts, but you know, whatever. I do what I want. All right, we're gonna take these out in just a second. So the oil was relatively hot for this one. Obviously, they've browned a little quicker than the others. So we're gonna go ahead and let's see. I am going to see what is it like if I put the, no, you know, I really do like putting the cinnamon. I like what the texture that they get when I put them directly in the cinnamon and sugar and kind of toss them around. You know what I think I'm going to do though? Here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to take the one that's in there out. I'm going to dump a bunch of the cinnamon and sugar out because it's good. The cinnamon and sugar is a good texture right now. So here's what we'll do. We're going to take a bunch of this and just dump it and save it. And we'll only do like a little bit at a time. That way it doesn't get completely saturated and I can just add more. Like this is good. Now I can toss this. These get covered. I can just sort of take them out here. Add the last 3 in here. There's also get covered. We'll add like a little bit more. And just kind of toss these in with like a spoonful. Yeah, that's the right process right there. Okay. Hey, we only did it. Troy, enjoy your trivia gig. That sounds like fun. I love bar trivia. I haven't done trivia. We used to go to the Dark Horse pub down in Old City when it was the Dark Horse Pub every Monday night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we got 6 in the hopper. Yeah, little Mac, that drawer right there, being able to pull out, you can't see it. I'm literally pulling out a drawer. That would actually be super smart. I've never used this drawer as like an extension of the counter, but that would certainly work. I'd have to remember not to sit like really heavy things on it. I might forget and be like, oh, let's just put the pizza stone on there and then have the whole thing collapse. No good. We're still watching on Thursday night. My Thursday this week is occupied. My Thursday this week is occupied by a PTA meeting. Trivia would be more fun though. And I am completely serious. It is PTA meeting on Thursday. It's still, we don't call it the PTA, but colloquially everyone understands what PTA means, I think. I am a new member of the PTA. Not new, but I have new obligations. All right. I'm gonna flip these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Flipped. We'll give those another couple seconds and we'll be ready to go. Stonewall. Stonewall is the name of the LGBTQ recreational sports league here in Philadelphia. I mean, I don't know, and maybe Troy can yeah, oh, there you go. I'll just say maybe Troy can help us out with like the finite details, but I don't know. It's not exclusive to LGBTQ. Like anyone can join it, but it is expressly friendly towards LGBTQ folks, and is many of their sponsors are also part of the. Many of their sponsors are also supportive in that same regard. So there's like 4 or 5 different sports, like intramural adult sports leagues here in Philadelphia. It's not specifically sports trivia, although I'm sure some of it is specifically sports trivia. And like, let me be super clear. If it's sports trivia, I cannot participate. You do not want me to participate on your sports trivia team. Regular trivia, I'm down. But like sports trivia, absolutely not. I'm aware that the name of I can tell you the names of our professional sports teams in Philadelphia. But after that, I am pretty much useless. Yeah, 1 sports trivia question per week. Perfect. I know exactly when to go to the bathroom. Not that I'm looking up the answer in the bathroom, but that it is the time where I will not be of any use. You can't look up the answers. That's not good. Okay, we've got a couple more rounds here. At least two more rounds of donuts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ouch, I touched the side of the pot. 5, 6. Okay, so after this, we have one more round to go, and that'll be it. So, drive safe. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. I know that you were at the Science Center today. I hope it was a fun one. I hope you've learned a lot, and I'm sure you're ready to go home and have quiet away from not just children, but away from the science as well. Although, can we ever truly get away from science? I say no. Okay. Just putting some things away. I hope the donuts are a hit. I hope so too. I also hope that they're for tomorrow and not for Friday. Calvin told me they might be for Friday this morning, and I was like, cool. I'm glad I scheduled my week around making these for you on Wednesday. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Nothing is wrong. I hope you have a good one, Troy. Thank you for coming through. We're doing well here. We're at 58 total minutes worth of frying. So we've been we're not going to make it under an hour, but we're going to make it just about an hour, which is pretty cool. I'm as I'm chatting here, I'm over at my cabinet tossing some things back where they go, because I've got a bunch of stuff that made its way out onto the counter as I've been sort of frantically moving things today. I meant to make another round of these mushrooms, but I didn't, because I didn't have any mushrooms. So it's kind of a necessity to make mushrooms, to have them. I can't just make pizza sauce with cheese. It doesn't work. What would that look like? Pizza sauce with cheese. Could you like make a meal out of just those two things? I guess you could put it on bread. I mean, you could always put it on like a bagel, like pizza bagels. What else could you pizzafy? So far, the zucchini pizza casserole was really good. I loved that. The mushrooms are my second favorite thing so far, but we've only done 2. So I feel like there's more things that one could pizza could modify to be pizza-ish, and that would be it'd be fun to do. I'm not sure. There's some things out there, I know it though. All right, these look great. We're gonna put these in the bowl here. Got 1, 2, let's do 3 at a time. 3 at a time. 3 in a row, go for 1 more. Go for it, connect 4. No, let's not. And then I'm just gonna put my sugar right over top of these, like I was doing before. And they're a little less sugary when I do that, but I think that's okay. I think the initial batches were like pretty saturated with sugar. These are a little bit better of a mix of like donut and sugar. I think I'm only saying that really because I think that I don't want to waste all of the sugar. All right, there we go. What's my temp at? 340. Okay, let's let that come up just a little touch for this last batch. My dog is here. She is wandering around. Daisy has entered the chat. Daisy emotes if you have them. She is here and sniffing around, wondering what's going on. She hasn't really been around much today. Hasn't really been around much in general recently. It takes a lot for her to get out from where she is these days. She's been sleeping in Calvin's room basically all day today. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the last donut going in. 5. We're finished adding donuts. That is it. That is all of the donuts that we are making today. There's a lot of donuts. 59 of them specifically. But we're doing great. We are like cruising into a finished product here. I may go ahead and even sprinkle some sprinkle some powdered sugar over the top of these just to be completist. I was laughing because Gwen texted me something that I can't read. I can't read on stream because it is specific to details. But anyway, we're cruising in here. All right, one second. I just heard Daisy like make her way down the steps, and I want to check to see if the basement is open. It is not. Okay, yeah, you're not eating any cat food down here because you can't. Good. Okay, do you need to go out? I'll let you out in a second. She's down there. Daisy goes down now. So there's a bunch of foster kittens in the basement currently. There's 6 of them, actually. We have 6 foster cats in the house at the moment. And Daisy, has been making a habit of going downstairs, breaking into the cage that they're staying in and eating all of their food. So she's done this now consistently for the past few days. And so now it's like when she goes down the steps, it's like, okay, is she going down there to pee on the floor, or is she going down there to eat cat food, or both? Well, she's not going down there for anything right now because the door is closed. So the cat food is safe. She looked disappointed. I'll say that. She looked like she was a little upset about not getting to go to the basement. But she doesn't need to be eating kitten food multiple times a day. That's not going to be good for her. All right. These are looking good. I feel good about these, and I think we're ready. To finish the donuts. Okay. Yay. They're looking good. I'm definitely going to eat one more of these before we finish up today, because I think that is mandatory. I also think I am going to put a layer of powdered sugar on here, just because I think just doing a little like sprinkling of powdered sugar over the top, just one side of these, is going to be a nice like visual. Whoa, that was splashy. Okay. Yikes. All right. Last donut out. Reminder, turn my oil off. Oil is off. And last sugar sprinkle here. And we're doing, these look great. I'm very happy with how these turned out. I hope they taste as good as I think they will after a day. I know what will happen is the sugar will sort of melt a little bit in here, because that's definitely a thing that happens. When I say melt, what I mean is it will become less granular and more just like a single sort of layer of sugar. Take this thermometer out of here, and I'm going to put that in the sink. I'm going to put the lid on my pot here and move that all the way to the back of the stove because it's hot. All right, y'all, we did it. We made 59 mini donuts. Phoenix, welcome. Hello. We made 59 mini donuts. There are 58 of them on these trays because I ate one of them already. I'm going to do this now. I'm going to take these and put them on a towel. It is a lot of donuts, that's true. put those on a towel. Take both of these and put them on a towel. Let's get a same. We have the fruit towels. So we're going to put these on the fruit towels, and then I'm going to sprinkle a layer of powdered sugar over the top of these as well. Now that they are finished, and let's actually 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. We got 2 trays of donuts. Phoenix says, I remember having food projects for school. I actually did them myself. Yeah, the food, it wasn't part of the project itself. It was like, if you want to bring something in, you can, for like extra credit. They weren't super clear that you had to make it yourself. So I was like, look, if you want me to just make something for you, I will. And this is what we came up with. It's like, hey, what would be good? What do you think 5th graders would like? Donuts, obviously. So we made, I made donuts, and then Calvin can just bring them in to school tomorrow. And hand them out to the class. And I don't know if it's like a meaningful amount of extra credit or not. And I don't actually know if they were supposed to make them themselves. What I did tell him was that if you were supposed to make these yourself, don't tell people that you did. Like, don't take credit for it, especially like with your teachers. Like, don't do that. So he knows. He's going to be upfront that he didn't make them. He better be upfront that he didn't make them. I'm going to ask his friends to tattle on him if they didn't, if he says that he made them. But part of that was very self-serving on my part, if I'm being real honest, because I didn't want to make these with him like tonight, like later tonight. I was like, I'm happy to make them, but I'm going to make them during the day while you're at school. We're not going to do this as an after-school project on Wednesday when you already have like karate and you have practice after school and karate. Like, we're not going to get home at 7:30 and then make a bunch of donuts. Like, that ain't happening. It ain't happening. So that was my motivation. Exactly. I don't, enjoy the donuts. I hope you love them. Well, here they are. We're finished. We made 2 different things on stream today. One of them was deep fried and the other one was baked. And I'm going to show you both of them momentarily here. I'm going to show you both of them here. These are ready. I'm going to let these sit. Like, I'm not packaging these yet. I don't have to go anywhere right now. I don't have to there's no reason I can't just be in the kitchen watching these for a good hour or so. So I'm going to let these sit out so that they completely cool down. I want these to be at room temperature and dry so that when I package them, they don't have any residual steam. Because I don't know if they're going to be eaten tomorrow or the day after, but we're gonna try one first, of course. We've already tried one, but I'm gonna have another one here. But these are the donuts. They're fried. They have flour, sugar, baking powder, salt, eggs, olive oil, milk, lemon zest, and anise extract in them. They were hand rolled and deep fried. covered in cinnamon and sugar, and then powdered sugar on one side. And hopefully they taste great. I'm going to take one from this side. Kathy, enjoy your evening. I hope you have a good one. I'm going to take one from over here because these were like sort of mid batch, mid cook. So I'm going to take one from this side, and let's take a look at it. So this is a donut. It has cinnamon and sugar on one side, cinnamon sugar and powdered sugar on the other. They're firm. They're like a cake donut almost. That's not going to focus, is it? Let's focus right there instead. There we go. So that's our final product. They're pretty firm. Yeah, Phoenix, exactly. I want these are warm. So they're good. And if I want them to stay good, I'm going to leave them exposed to the air for a while so that they can cool down and release any steam. So I want these to be room temperature when I package them. They're crispy. They're very thick. They're firm. A firm donut. Like definitely more of a cake donut. I'm really happy with how they turned out though. The cinnamon and sugar on the outside is great. And I like the powdered sugar too. So I'm happy with these. I don't know what else to like. I don't know what else to say about them, honestly. I think they turned out great. They turned out exactly like I expected, which is good. I think if I was doing these again, which I might at some point, I'll probably make them with like a carbonated water instead of not carbonated water. I might make them with butter instead of olive oil. I don't know. I think they're good. I'd probably put more anise extract in them. Actually, that's most likely what I would do because these were very. I didn't put all that much in there because I wanted to be cautious around what they tasted like ultimately, and I think that they taste great. I don't think that they do not have a licorice flavor to them really at all. So I think I could have added a lot more and still have them be just fine. But you live and you learn, and that's okay. We also made a final version of the coconut drops today. They looked like this. So they are, these are completely cool now. The bottom turned out really lovely. They came unstuck from the pan really easily. They were nicely browned and caramelized around the outside, and then the tops where the coconut had its little like pokey uppy pieces were browned and quite nice. I'm gonna try one of these now that they're cool, completely cool. So the inside of these is also super coconutty. Can we focus? Not you, the camera. Anyway, there it is. So the inside of these is also very, very, very coconutty. I doubled the amount of coconut in here from the first batch that I made.